Sri Haji Fadila bin Haji Yusuf, the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation, Tan Sri Datuk Seri Rasman Hashim, Deputy Chairman of Sunway Group, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, all the other dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Day 2 of the ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development, or AWSD 2025. I hope you are as energized as I am to dive into another day of insights, conversations, and impactful discussions. We are joined today by a set of enigmatic individuals who will be taking us through 3 panels. And these 3 panels will compose of these enigmatic and exemplary experts and set the base for enriching conversations and provide you with ample opportunities to put forth your burning questions. However, before we proceed with the proceedings, I have some basic instructions about the venue. So in regards to the exits, you can find an exit to my far left alongside the 2 next to the podium. And in regards to the washrooms, there are 2 washrooms available for men and women that you can find at the farthest end outside the hall. The food will also be provided along with other snacks and things would be provided outside the hall. And another announcement is also that food and drinks are strictly prohibited inside the hall. All right, so without much further ado, I would like to kickstart our discussion with the 3rd panel of the day. And that is the Powering ASEAN Green Future, Power Generation, Transmission, and Storage. And to introduce the panel, as well as its panelists, I would kindly invite the moderator on stage, Professor Long Yun Yung, who is the professor at Sunway University and Director of Sustainability Studies at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Asia Headquarters. Over to you, Yan Yung.
Thank you, Gautam, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Powering ASEAN Green Future. We are very fortunate today to have a very distinguished panel. Before we invite them to the stage, I would like us to take a moment to connect with the Southeast Asian region and its people on a deeper level before we start discussing the technological solutions, market designs, regulatory designs, and financing mechanisms. Let's play the video, Weiser. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation. Xin Baoan 主席, Chairman of the Global Energy Interconnection Development and Cooperation Organization and President of the China Electricity Council. Dr. Keiju Mitsuhashi, Director of Southeast Asia and the Pacific Energy Sector of the Asian Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, Southeast Asia is a dynamic region, with its population projected to reach 750 million by 2050. This presents huge opportunities for economic growth. But this region is also already facing significant climate change challenges. Frequent natural disasters and rising temperatures are already impacting millions in Southeast Asia. In fact, several ASEAN member states are among the top 10 globally for climate-related losses. To address these challenges and ensure energy security, ASEAN has set ambitious targets for renewable energy, aiming for 23% of total primary energy from renewables by 2025. However, experts at the ASEAN Center for Energy, International Energy Agency, and the International Renewable Energy Agency predict a slower pace, estimating only 13 to 21% by 2040. Clearly, more needs to be done. In 2023, we saw a significant global development at COP28. Over 20 countries declared their intention to triple global nuclear capacity. This declaration recognizes nuclear's current role as the second largest source of clean and dispatchable baseload power. And let us not forget the economic benefits, high-value jobs, local tax revenue, and a boost for GDP. The renewed global interest in nuclear, coupled with Malaysia's stated interest in exploring this potential, leads me to my first question for Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Fadilah. What is the current thinking on the potential role of nuclear power within Malaysia, within Malaysia's future energy mix? And as a related question, could you clarify whether this renewed interest represents a revival of previous plans or a new undertaking for Malaysia?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and very good morning to all the distinguished guests, participants, panel speakers. Before I go to answering your questions, let me go back into the background. As far as Malaysia is concerned, our commitment in terms of net zero gas emission by 2050. We are fully committed to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2050. In order to do that, one of the focus area will be to decarbonize our energy emission, because this will be one of the biggest contributor of carbon emission as far as Malaysia is concerned. In order to do that, what we are doing also will be balancing between looking after the environment, at the same time to make sure that security as far as energy is concerned, which is affordable and also equitable for all the users. So to do that, we have also developed our power development plan, of which through the power development plan, we are looking into all the energy mix. Hydro is one of them, biomass, and of course solar. So that would be the area that we are focusing on right now, at the same time looking into energy efficiency and also into technological development. For example, the battery, what we call the BESS, battery storage, and also the palm hydro. We know for the fact that energy demand will be increasing as far as Malaysia is concerned due to industrial requirement. And of course, we're also looking into data centers, increasing demand, and of course, the adoption of electric vehicles. So these are the areas that we know that the demand for energy will be increasing substantially in the future. And everybody knows that nuclear is one of the cleanest energy as far as energy or electricity is concerned. So in COP28, more than 20 countries has given the commitment to triple their nuclear power generations. So for that Malaysia approach, we are looking at it and considering it with all the facts and so on, looking at studying the possibilities of nuclear as one of the energy mix. So with that, we have initiated a study through My Power, which is an agency under ministry, to conduct a study. And the study is also relying based on the study that we have developed through Malaysian Nuclear Agency that was established, but eventually was abolished in 2018. So the energy that we're looking at will be the latest advancement as far as nuclear technology is concerned, on the Convention of Peaceful nuclear energy use, and also safety, security, and safeguard perspective, in particular the regulation perspective of all the nuclear usage for energy. And also, of course, the stakeholders' engagement in terms of public engagement. So these will be the areas that we're looking at. But as far as Malaysia is concerned, we'll decide based on informed decision and based on the finding that will guide us whether nuclear is one of the viable options as far as energy mix is concerned. So that's the direction as far as nuclear is concerned for Malaysia for now.
Thank you, Dr. Sri. It's reassuring to hear about the prudent approach that Malaysia is taking towards nuclear power. Now, as a follow-on question, how does Malaysia's approach align with or differ from the current status of nuclear power policy development in other Southeast Asian nations that are also exploring this energy source?
As far as Malaysia is concerned, we'll be guided by international IAEA, International Atomic Energy Authority, or for that matter. So definitely we have to engage them, stand by all the guidelines and so on. But we cannot take it as, because every country, member state in ASEAN, they have a unique position. So we cannot say that it is because of the uniqueness of every state, the policy-wise, every state in ASEAN will have different approach. So it's not what we call As far as the geographical perspective, economic perspective, so policy-wise, we cannot just say that everybody have to approach one single approach to nuclear and so on. So with that, I think what we need to focus on is, as far as Malaysia is concerned, what is the need of Malaysia as far as power is concerned? The economic perspective, regulatory perspective, the energy demand and supply. So we have to focus on Malaysia. But at the same time, we do acknowledge that there'll be sensitivity as far as geographical perspective is concerned. We have to take care of our neighbors and so on, the sensitivity and so on. So that's more important for us to engage. So for engagement, as far as ASEAN is concerned, we do have what we call the energy, nuclear energy cooperation subsector network under ASEAN, which is looking into energy, nuclear. So with that engagement, I think everybody will have a discussion looking into, and of course some ASEAN countries has also announced that they're also looking into nuclear. So from there on, we have to look into how we can collaborate, how we can learn from each other, in particular developing the regulation, the policies, and at the same time, how we can strengthen in terms of human development, the research and development perspective of it, and so on. So these are the collaboration that we're doing as far as ASEAN countries are concerned. Thank you.
Yeah, whilst every country think of its own energy needs and nuclear power policy, it is interesting to learn that ASEAN already has an institution in place to enable regional consideration of nuclear power sometime in the future. 新保安主席您好，中国的核电产业发展迅速，现役及在建核电装机容量在世界居首位，这个成就令全世界刮目相看。我很想了解中国在这迅速扩张的过程中所汲取的宝贵经验，特别是哪些是促成中国成功的关键因素？而这些经验又该如何应用于东南亚独特的地理环境，以推动这个地区成功采用核能技术？ China has witnessed rapid development in the field of nuclear power. Its installed capacity of nuclear power plants in operation and under construction ranks number 1 in the world. It is a truly impressive achievement, and I would love to hear about some of the key lessons learned in the rapid development of China's nuclear power. Specifically, what are the critical factors that enabled China's success, and how can these lessons be applied to the unique context of Southeast Asia to drive successful nuclear power adoption in this region?
谢谢主持人提的这样一个很好的问题，这也是一个非常重要、非常敏感的话题。那么在回答问题之前呢，我首先要感谢总理阁下，感谢萨克斯主席以及双威大学邀请我参加这次论坛。
Thanks for a great question. It's actually a little bit sensitive but very crucial. And before my speech, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, to dear Prime Minister, and as well as the Sunway University for inviting me to be here to give this speech to all the audience.
我也要向今天与会的各位嘉宾这个问一声早上好。
So good morning to all the audience right here.
这个当前呢，全球能源转型呢加速推进，各国呢都在大力的开发清洁能源。核电作为高效、清洁、稳定的这样一个优质的电源，已经成为各国能源开发的一个重要的选项。正像主持人讲的，中国在核电发展方面取得了显著的成就。目前中国的在运行的核电和在建的核电加起来的总的装机超过了1亿千瓦。 那么中国核电发展的成就啊，这个得益于以下4个方面。
So currently, global energy transition is accelerating, and countries worldwide are pursuing clean energy solutions. Nuclear power, as one of the efficient, stable, zero-carbon, and eco-friendly, high-quality energy source, has emerged as a key option in clean energy development. In recent years, just like the moderator mentioned, China's nuclear power industry has reached impressive milestones. Operational and under construction nuclear power plants have an installed capacity of more than 110 gigawatts, making China a global leader in this installed scale.
第一呢，是注重这个长远的发展。大家知道啊，中国我们每5年要制定国民经济的发展的规划。那么能源电力领域呢，我们也是每5年要制定能源电力发展的5年规划。
China's success in nuclear power development can be attributed into 4 aspects. The first one is we emphasize long-term planning. Everyone knows that China has a 5-year plan. So in year 2007, we formulated the medium and long-term development plan for nuclear power, outlining nuclear power development targets up to 2020.
通过5年的规划，我们分阶段的对核电在内的各种电源，包括电网的发展明确分阶段的发展目标。这样呢，就能够很好的为核电的发展和电力的发展提供一个科学的一个指引。同时呢，我们每年要对这个5年的规划进行一些微调。
So this 5-year energy plan are formulated, detailing phased development goals for various power sources, including nuclear. These plans provide a roadmap for the orderly development of nuclear power, and we would actually adjust this 5-year plan for each phase.
那么在规划的引领下呢，我们核电的发展就能够做到科学有序。
In this way, we could develop nuclear power in a better way.
我们觉得这点呢是非常重要的。
And this is exactly very significant.
第二呢，我们坚持合作与创新。中国从早期引进其他国家的核电技术，到我们逐步开展能力的建设，到现在已经建立了自主的核电技术体系，形成了完备的核电的产业链，并向国际输出我们的先进核电技术。
Secondly, we're committed to technical innovation. From its reliance on imported technology at the beginning, China has established its own nuclear power technology system. For instance, during the development of the Hualong One, we mastered actually a lot of many key technologies such as reactor core design and main equipment manufacturing. Through this way, China actually started exporting this kind of technologies to other countries.
目前，中国的第3代核电技术华龙1号呢，已经在中国和巴基斯坦成功的投入运营，建成投运了全球首座第4代核电站，也就是石岛湾核电站。
So, as I just mentioned, the Hualong One, which is the 3rd generation nuclear power technology, has been deployed in China and Pakistan, and the world's first 4th generation nuclear power plant, Hualong Shidao Bay Nuclear Power Station, has been commissioned.
我们深刻地体会到，发展核电、加强国际合作和技术的创新非常的关键。
So we realized during the development of nuclear, the international cooperation and technical innovation is significant.
第三呢，要提供支持性的政策，比如说我们在投融资方面，鼓励政策性的金融机构为核电能够提供长期的稳定的低息贷款。在电价方面，在核电的发展初期，中国对核电上网的电价采取了一站一价的政策，确保了项目有一个正常的稳定的投资收益回报。
Thirdly, we introduce supportive policies. Regarding financing, we encourage policy-based financial institutions to offer long-term, low-interest loans. For example, regarding with the electricity pricing, during the nascent stages of nuclear power development, China adopted a one plant, one price policy for nuclear power to feed-in tariffs to ensure project viability.
为鼓励创新，我们对核电的示范性的项目还给予优惠的电价政策的支持。
We also have a lot of policy support, including the primary electricity price to support those nuclear power plants at the very beginning.
有了政策的支持，有了项目的正常的投资回报，那么投资核电的社会的积极性就会进一步的提高。
In this regard, the investors will be more active to invest in nuclear industry.
技术创新也会进一步的加快。
And the technical innovation could be also motivated.
第四呢，我们实行严格的安全的监管。中国制定了核安全法、放射性污染防治法等国家的法律，以及相关的法规和标准，明确了核电产业各个环节安全的要求，并对核电整个的建设运行的全过程实行严格的安全监管。
Fourthly, we implement stringent safety regulations. We have formulated the nuclear safety law, law on the prevention and control of radioactive pollution, and other national laws, along with related regulations and standards, specifying safety requirements for different aspects of the nuclear power industry. Rigorous safety oversight is enforced in the nuclear power sector.
到目前为止，中国在运的核电机组运行是安全的，发电的收益也是稳定的、可观的。
Up to now, all the nuclear power plants in operation in China are pretty safe and actually very cost-effective.
那么东盟呢，正在积极的发展核电。那么中国核电发展呢，我们走过的路程和取得的一些经验教训，也可以为东盟的核电发展提供一定的参考。
As ASEAN is also promoting nuclear power, China's nuclear power development experience can offer some insights for ASEAN countries.
我们想呢，东盟发展核电呢，也是能源转型的一个必然的一个选项啊。那么在东盟在发展核电过程中，也一定要借鉴世界其他国家发展核电的一些经验和教训。
There's no doubt that nuclear could be one of the best solutions for the energy transition for ASEAN countries. And we also could learn a lot from other countries, including China, for policies, for experiences.
刚才总理先生也讲到了，发展核电还需要进行各方面的论证，尤其是要加强国际合作。我非常赞同总理先生刚才的观点。
Deputy Prime Minister also mentioned it is very crucial for us to enhance cooperation on this, as well as we have to do some preliminary studies and researches on this topic. I totally agree on this.
我想第一点呢，还是要做好核电发展的一个规划。那么核电要发展好呢，这个科学的规划非常的关键。东盟国家可以结合发展的现状和能源的需求，制定中长期和分阶段的核电发展的规划，明确装机的规模，核电的场址，确保核电呢能够有序、安全开发。
So first of all, it is quite important to formulate a feasible nuclear power development plan. For nuclear power to thrive, rational planning is paramount. Tailored to their current development status and needs, ASEAN countries can formulate medium and long-term, as well as phased nuclear power plans, outlining goals such as installed capacity and site selection to ensure orderly nuclear power progress.
第二呢，是坚持合作共赢，充分利用包括中国在内的国际成熟的核电开发技术、 装备、经验，开发建设核电项目，培养核电人才，高起点的推动东盟各国的核电事业高质量发展。
So secondly, the cooperation is actually the key. We have to make full use of the technologies and experiences from other countries, including technologies, equipment. We have to develop more and more nuclear power projects, to have more talents in this sector, to accelerate the nuclear power development in this region in a very high quality way.
第三呢，是要解决好融资的问题，就是要给予资金的政策支持。核电项目呢，这个体量大，投资规模大，因此呢，要注意这个商业模式的创新，拓宽融资的来源。此外呢，还可以出台电价、税收等方面的配套优惠政策，给予必要的发展的支持。
Thirdly, to provide a financial backing. Nuclear power projects are substantial undertakings requiring significant investment. Thus, it is crucial to focus on business model innovation and diversify financial sources. Additionally, introducing supportive policies in areas like electricity pricing and taxation can provide a necessary support.
最后呢，这也是非常重要的一点呢，就是要加强核电安全的监管。安全是核电发展的根本和最重要的要考虑的因素。提升核电安全水平，最关键的还是要建立健全核电的相关法律法规和标准体系，明确各个环节的安全要求，要依法依规严格实施核电建设运行全过程的监管，确保核电安全万无一失。
Thirdly, to strengthen nuclear power safety oversight. Safety is the cornerstone of the nuclear power industry. To enhance nuclear power safety levels, the ultimate priority is to establish and refine relevant laws, regulations, and standard systems for nuclear power, clarifying safety requirements for each stage. Lastly, laws and regulations must be rigorously enforced throughout the entire oversight process to ensure unwavering nuclear power safety.
Thank you.
谢谢习主席，您是一位很好的老师，把这个问题解释得非常清楚，对东盟国家会是有很大的帮助。Okay. We'll now move to Dr. Keiju Mitsuhashi. The ASEAN Development Bank's 2021 energy policy states that the bank won't finance nuclear power projects. Could you help us understand the reasoning behind this decision? And are there discussions about potentially revisiting this position given today's increased nuclear interest around the world?
Good morning, Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Shi. So honored to be here on the same panel, and Chairman. Very nice meeting you, sir. And then I'd like to thank the Sunway University and then Professor Jeffrey Sachs for inviting us for this panel. And good morning to you all. Nuclear power generation is increasingly attracting the interest of investment globally, but also in the region. This is very important because many countries, including countries in Southeast Asia, Malaysia, aspire to have to go ahead with this decarbonization policy, and some countries have a target for 2040, Malaysia 2050. It seems it's a long way away, but we have to act now. And each country, as Deputy Prime Minister highlighted, needs to ensure energy security, access to energy, and to be affordable. And how do we go through this energy transition? Nuclear power generation is one of the solutions that's been considered for this in some countries and increasingly in many. This is important if we look at the energy mix in the future. It's very difficult to replace. It's very difficult to replace coal-fired power plants with intermittent, variable, renewable energy like a solar and wind. It requires investment in storage, battery energy storage system, pump hydro system. There are other ways of doing it, but it requires investment. And furthermore, grid investment is really important. Now, this is well recognized, but at the same time, as Professor Yuan Yong mentioned, ADB doesn't finance. ADB doesn't finance the nuclear power generation, and there are reasons. First, we are not financing solution for everything. We're not Superman. We have to specialize on what we're good at, and we have to leave it to other institutions and financing agencies which are good at it for something that we're not good. As much as we want to help our member countries, including Malaysia, and then we are increasing our capacity, we still feel that there are a lot of barriers for nuclear power generation investment, including its deployments, the risk of waste management, safety. There are agencies and institutions which are good at managing it. ADB hasn't been. And in that context, we do feel that we won't be investing in supporting the power generation based on nuclear power. Having said that, what I would like to highlight is that many countries look at the energy mix for their power development plan. We support that. Even it includes the nuclear power generation plan. It's just that we're not confident as an institution to support financing the nuclear power plant. And there's a lot of division labor looking at the competences and the strengths and weaknesses. And then so we could include the nuclear power generation as part of the energy plan. And this is highlighted by the Deputy Prime Minister, but also the Chairman here as well. And then we do support this. At the same time, so that's why the policy says so in ADB energy policy, and then it's likely to remain the same position while we are reviewing the energy policy this year. But having said that, it's important to look at the practicality. We, Asian Development Bank, as a multilateral development bank, will respect the transparency and then cost competitiveness in making sure the investment is done. And then we do open tender bidding. So one has to ask, would you like to do open tender for nuclear power plant? Or, to get the least cost, price? Or do you want to have a more strategic alliance with a strategic partner for this important investment? I think it goes beyond energy security, probably national security as well, because there's a lot of ramification of this. At the same time, you don't want to rely on one country, one technology company for this very important strategic asset. You need to create your own industry. You need to have a nuclear power generation courses in universities. You need to nurture future engineers to support, to be more self-sufficient, and to be more resilient as an economy. And so these strategy decision is not just about investments, but creating a new industry that you can manage. And so it takes a lot of effort, and then I'm so glad that we discussed the importance of long-term planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Keiju, for your wisdom. These are interesting questions, whether open tender bidding versus for the least cost price versus having a strategic alliance with a supplier country. And your advice on the importance of developing the nuclear industry locally in the country and not just be a consumer of technologies developed elsewhere. That is the direction we hope to go. All right. Now, to explore a country's energy future, let us look at the ASEAN Green Future Project's power sector modeling. We have explored two scenarios that include nuclear power for Malaysia, and I would like to walk you through them, highlighting the key market risks and, of course, how we might mitigate these risks. Similar work has been carried out by 9-country teams from leading universities and think tanks in Southeast Asia, as you see on the slide. We have used two powerful modeling tools from the Stockholm Environment Institute, the Low Emissions Analysis Platform, LEAP, and the Next Energy Modeling System for Optimization, NEMO. We combine these to create a comprehensive model of the country's power sector, looking at both supply, that's power generation, and demand from transportation, industry, commercial, and residential. This integrated approach allows us to see how changes in the power sector can impact the entire energy system and the broader economy. Our model considers factors like economic growth, the adoption of electric vehicles, and improvements in energy efficiency. Now, it's important to note that when we talk about cost optimization, we are focusing specifically on the power generation sector itself, not considering potential cost trade-offs in other parts of the economy yet. Our first scenario, which we call renewables versus nuclear, explores the lowest cost way to generate electricity under two key policy assumptions. Number one, no new fossil fuel plants after 2030, and a complete coal phase out of coal by 2030, followed by natural gas and diesel by 2050. Interestingly, in this scenario, the model finds that nuclear power becomes necessary to fill the gap left by the declining natural gas power generation. Our second scenario, called all generation technologies versus nuclear, takes a different approach. It asks, what's the lowest cost generation mix without phasing out fossil fuels? In this case, the model relies on existing natural gas power plants and doesn't include any nuclear capacity. Let's focus on that first scenario, renewables versus nuclear, the one where we phase out fossil fuels. The model suggests that to meet demand in this scenario, we would need to build 22 gigawatts of nuclear capacity by 2050. That represents about 18% of total generation capacity. So if we start building in 2028, that would require an annual deployment of 1 gigawatts of new nuclear capacity every year for 22 years. Nuclear power plants have high upfront cost and low running cost, making them ideal for providing baseload power. This contrasts sharply with natural gas plants, which have lower upfront costs but higher fuel costs, and it can quickly adjust to market changes. What this means is that nuclear plants that need to run constantly can be vulnerable to price fluctuations unrelated to their efficiency. How nuclear plants are operated, whether for baseload or for following demand, depends a lot on how much nuclear power a country uses. In France, for example, where nuclear power provides about 70% of electricity, some reactors adjust their output to match demand. Regulations also play a key role, impacting a plant's ability to adjust its output from the design stage onward. Recently, some nuclear plants have prematurely retired due to market pressures. Likely, and the low natural gas prices and the growth of variable renewables. Now, this is especially relevant in Malaysia because we rely heavily on subsidized natural gas. Subsidy makes it difficult for other generation sources to compete. This brings us to a crucial point. Fully deregulated electricity markets can create challenges for nuclear power's long-term viability. In the US, we see different market structures. Some states have fully deregulated markets where utilities primarily focus on distribution. Others have regulated markets where the utilities control everything from generation to delivery. Capacity markets, like the PJM interconnection. PJM stands for Pennsylvania, Jersey, and Maryland. Use auctions to ensure enough generation capacity is available. However, low capacity prices have made it difficult for some generators, including nuclear, to stay competitive. On the other hand, Texas ERCOT market relies solely on energy prices to incentivize investment. They don't pay for capacity. They only pay for energy produced. While that has worked for over 2 decades, you would remember the 2021 winter storm and in Texas, in the US, and that exposed Texas system's vulnerability in such an extreme event. And that led to massive blackouts and fatalities. Now, that had led Texas to implement a new out-of-market mechanism to ensure grid reliability last year. Some states, like Virginia, use a hybrid approach, combining regulations and competition to support baseload resources like nuclear. So, what are the solutions? We can use carbon pricing to level the playing field, capacity markets to compensate for grid services, long-term contracts to reduce price volatility, and direct government support to offset high upfront cost. These are key strategies for making nuclear power economically viable in different market contexts. Now, having discussed power generation, now let's turn our attention to how that power actually gets to where it's needed. So it's power transmission. This animation shows the dynamic nature of renewable energy in Southeast Asia. Specifically, the distribution of rainfall across the region and its seasonal variations. Vietnam, Laos, and Myanmar experience particularly pronounced seasonal changes, with Vietnam seeing strong rain and wind at the beginning and end of the year. We have observed a strong correlation between wind capacity and rainfall till the point of flooding. Now, it's important to note that this animation doesn't yet capture hydro capacity from permanent water bodies. That's something we are planning for future work. The Mekong River's flooding patterns are particularly complex, influenced by both the snow melt in the Tibetan Plateau and the monsoon season in the lower Mekong region. What's the use of analysis like this? It contributes to the broader inter-seasonal resilience analysis of renewable energy resources. The variability means operating a regional grid requires constant switching between energy sources on a large scale. This type of resource and transmission lines mapping is crucial for ASEAN as it develops its regional technology roadmaps to meet power demand effectively and robustly. Laos is ASEAN's leading electricity exporter, sending out as much as 78% of its generated power, thanks to its abundant hydropower and 20 connections with neighboring countries. Most of these connections are with Thailand, but Laos is also expanding its exports to Cambodia and Vietnam. It's interesting to note that the links with Thailand are of two main types. Some are for power exchange, where electricity is exported and then re-imported to a different part of Laos grid due to internal connectivity challenges. Others are direct export links, specifically designed to bring power from projects in Laos directly into Thailand's grid. While Laos is the leading exporter, other ASEAN countries have more limited cross-border electricity connections. However, looking beyond ASEAN's internal connections, there are 12 interconnections between ASEAN and China, with over 51 terawatt hours of electricity exchanged by the end of 2017, mainly with the Yunnan and Guangxi provinces. Overall, despite generating over 1,000 terawatt hours of electricity annually, cross-border power trade within ASEAN remains low, less than 5% of generation and under 3% of total capacity. This limited interconnectivity with each country managing its own grid hinders regional integration and keeps the focus on domestic projects. So Dr. Sri Fadila, as the ASEAN chair this year, Malaysia has prioritized the advancement of the ASEAN power grid. Could you tell us more about the key initiatives and strategies Malaysia is undertaking to accelerate the realization of this crucial regional infrastructure?
Thank you, Prof. Leong. You have given the overview of what we have in ASEAN in particular, in terms of power generation, in terms of the challenges, in terms of the power grid, and of course the challenges in terms of the consistency of supply as far as the region is concerned. So this is where I think Malaysia, when we are going to chair this year, we're chairing the ASEAN, we are actively engaging with all the ASEAN countries. Number one, how we want to do will be, what we want to focus on is, number one, ensuring infrastructure development within ASEAN member states. This is by engaging all the ASEAN countries to address the challenges and also the opportunities for regional grid integration. So effort has been done to have an open communication with all the member states, also to share the best practices, and of course aligning the common goals among the ASEAN countries. In ASEAN, we have what we call HAPWA. HAPWA is the head of ASEAN Power Utilities Authorities. So Malaysia is actively taking part in it. This is where we discuss and collaborate in terms of interconnection development. Also, we discussed in terms of private sector participation and how we can standardize all the equipment in terms of electricity supply. We're also developing joint projects and also developing human resource so that we can have a common standard in that respect. And research and development are jointly conducted among all the ASEAN member countries. In terms of connection right now, rightly said by you, as presented by you just now, with neighboring countries, Thailand, Indonesia, and Singapore, we are conducting feasibility studies for new interconnectors and also expansion of the existing ones. Progress is also underway, working with Vietnam. As you know, for ASEAN Grid, the nearest undersea cable connection will be between Vietnam and Malaysia, which is in Kelantan, in terms of distance. So if we can connect that, and at the same time, as you know, Sarawak in Malaysia is producing the biggest number of renewable energy. And right now, Sarawak is already connecting to Kalimantan Barat in Indonesia, and soon we'll be connecting to Sabah and also to Brunei. So the other areas that we're looking at will be how we can connect Sarawak to Peninsular Malaysia and also to Singapore. So that is ongoing. So under BIM, which is Brunei, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines, works are also ongoing as far as the grid connectivity is concerned. So for energy transition, as you know, Malaysia is a champion in line with what ASEAN want to, if you look at ASEAN goal, Malaysia is champion as far as energy transition initiative is concerned. We have launched it and so on. So the other area that we are looking at is how do we overcome the challenges in relation to cross-border electricity trade. Under ASEAN Power Grid Consultative Council and also ASEAN Energy Regulators Network, AERN, AERN, these are the areas that we're supporting all the regulatory framework as far as ASEAN Power Grid is concerned. So we have been an active member since we have been chairman of AERN from 2024. So what we are focusing right now is to harmonize all the technical standards, regulatory frameworks, commercial procedures to support seamless cross-border electricity trade. We have good experience, as you said just now, Laos, Thailand, and Malaysia. There's already interconnection. There's already cross-border trades as far as electricity is concerned. We also have Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. We also have Malaysia and Singapore interconnection. This is where we support each other. Whoever, basically Laos is selling to Singapore, but we are providing all the grid assistance to them by paying the wheeling charges and so on. But whenever there's a shortage in Malaysia, or even in Thailand or Laos, so the other countries will be supporting them in terms of supplies. So with this experience, I think we can expand it to all the other member countries, learning from the experience that we have. And we have also launched EnerGem. EnerGem is energy green market for Malaysia, of which we have launched it in December between Malaysia and Singapore. We are selling to Singapore 50 megawatt per year. This will be in Singapore. So we may want to increase it further based on the discussion, even to up to 200 megawatt. If judging from all that, if you look at Energy Exchange Malaysia, the experience that we're doing, and with the power grid connection and so on, I believe we can expand it to all the countries, a member state in ASEAN. So one of the areas that we want to promote for ASEAN will be what we call the renewable energy certificates. As you know, when you produce renewable energy, the transmission line is mixed between fossil fuel and also the renewable energy or even the clean energy. So if we can produce the certificate, so the certificate is where we can trade the certificate, that we can prove the integrity of the renewable energy through the certificate. So these are the things that we are developing right now. And hopefully through the engagement with all the ASEAN countries, it can be agreed upon. So then we have all the regulatory framework, the trade commercial arrangement, at the same time integrity in terms of system as far as renewable is concerned through the certificates. So this is the way forward as far as ASEAN is concerned, and these are the areas that we want to focus on in 2025. Hopefully we can come up with the framework, we can come up with the roadmap where all the member states is agreeable to it. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sri. When I was speaking to professionals from the energy industry in Malaysia last year, I was delighted to feel a sense of excitement and enthusiasm in them. And that's very different. It's like the industry is going through a renewal. Power generation, when I was growing up, is something that not many people are interested in. But now it is, many people are interested in it. So we look forward to building more, Malaysia helping to build more momentum for the ASEAN Power Grid from 2025 onwards. OK， 新主席，全球能源互联网发展合作组织为东南亚电力互联互通提出了一个宏伟的愿景，能不能请您详细说明一下这张蓝图，以及在规划过程中主要考虑了哪些因素？GEICO has presented a compelling vision for power interconnection across Southeast Asia. Could you tell us more about the vision and the key considerations that guided the development of this map?
谢谢主持人。刚才听了主持人介绍双威大学对东南亚的能源资源和电网的互联研究的成果介绍。和总理阁下刚才的一些精彩的发言，我非常受益。
Thanks for your question. I just learned a lot from the scenarios you just presented and the dear Deputy Prime Minister's speech. I'm quite excited.
正像主持人介绍的一样，东南亚呢，这个应该说，尤其是东盟呢，人口多，经济体量大。这个发展的这个潜力也很大，同时呢，对能源的需求也越来越大。
Just as the moderator has mentioned, the Southeast Asia region has a very large population, a very big economy, and also a lot of challenges regarding with the energy transition.
与此同时呢，东南亚也面临的能源清洁低碳转型的这样一个挑战。
And we could learn that there is a great potential for us to develop the renewable energy in this region.
如何破解经济社会发展对能源电力的需求的增长，以及能源转型，这个双重的这样一个矛盾，我觉得东南亚各国已经引起了高度的重视，而且达成了共识，正在推动落实。
I think all the ASEAN countries has actually paid a very important attention to how can we balance to meet the energy demand and the solve energy crisis in the future.
大家在这方面已经开展了很多的研究，尤其是去年10月份，我和总理阁下我们会见的时候，总理阁下我们特别讨论了东南亚的电网的互联和能源转型的问题。
A lot of research works and discussions has been done in the past, and also including the last meeting with the Deputy Prime Minister. We also talked a lot about how can we facilitate this regional interconnection.
全球能源互联网发展合作组织呢，是我们的宗旨呢，是要推动全球的能源清洁低碳转型和电网的互联互通。我们的全球能源互联网的这个主要的任务呢，就是 要推动清洁主导、电为中心、互联互通、智慧高效的新型能源体系建设。
So GEICO as an NGO, the most important mandate is to facilitate renewable energy by building connectivity. And we are trying our best to build a very well-developed future energy system, which is actually electricity-centered and a very green, low-carbon, and very smart energy system.
全球能源互联网的中国倡议呢，已经纳入了联合国2030可持续发展以及巴黎协议的框架协议，已连续6年写入了联合国高级别政治论坛的报告，现在已经成为了各方面的共识。
And GI initiative has actually been incorporated into the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the Paris Agreement. And this initiative also has been included for continuous 6 years into the output of the high-level political forum of UN.
这个近年来，合作组织我们开发了全球的清洁能源资源评估的平台，结合各国和各大洲的实际，对全球及6大洲的电力规划进行了系统深入的研究。我们发布了清洁能源资源和电网互联2套1+6的研究报告。
In recent years, GEICO has developed a global clean energy resource assessment platform. Tailored to country-specific conditions, GEICO has conducted in-depth research into power planning for the world and 6 continents, releasing 2 series of 1+6 research reports on clean energy resource development and power grid interconnection.
其中，针对东南亚地区，我们提出了区域内清洁能源基地开发和跨国跨区电网互联的系统方案，为东南亚的能源转型提供参考。
And for Southeast Asia, we've proposed a comprehensive plan for developing intra-regional clean energy bases and transnational and cross-regional power grid interconnection, informing Southeast Asia's energy transition.
我们在研究过程中重点的考虑了以下几方面的因素：一是东南亚的能源需求大、增长快，化石能源的占比高，需要加快能源清洁低碳转型。
In our research endeavor, we primarily focused on the following 3 aspects. The first one is Southeast Asia boasts a massive and swiftly growing energy demand, with fossil fuels accounting for a large share of consumption, necessitating a swift shift towards clean and low-carbon energy.
我们2020年东南亚的这个用电量达到了1.2万亿千瓦时。我们预测到2030年，东南亚的用电量将达到2.2万亿千瓦时。从能源结构看，目前化石能源占一次能源消费比重将近80%，所以减排的压力很大。因此呢，开发东南亚的清洁能源，逐步替代化石能源消费，对东盟的保障能源安全、优化能源结构和推动能源转型具有非常重要的现实意义。
In year 2022, the power consumption hitting 1.2 trillion terawatt-hours in this region, and we can see that by year 2030, this number could go up to 2.2 terawatt-hours. We think in terms of energy mix, fossil fuel currently makes up about 80% of primary energy consumption, exerting considerable procedure on emission reduction. Hence, developing clean energy in Southeast Asia to supplant fossil fuel is vital for ASEAN to safeguard energy security and optimize its energy mix.
第二呢，是东南亚国家多，清洁能源资源资源十分丰富，但是分布很不均衡，需要加强东南亚地区，尤其是东盟的电网的互联互通。
So secondly, Southeast Asia has a number of countries with abundant yet unevenly distributed clean energy resources, underscoring the need for enhanced power grid interconnection.
正像刚才双威大学的研究报告这个所研究的这个结论一样就是东南亚的水电 技术可开发量，我们估计呢在1000瓦左右。而光伏和风电的资源呢，也是有一定的潜力，但是呢，在各国分布很不均衡，大多呢远离复合中心。不同地区的清洁能源在时间和空间上呢，具有很强的互补性。
Just as Professor Liang has mentioned, Southeast Asia has a technically employable hydropower potential for about 100 gigawatts. However, this kind of resource is not evenly contributed. We could see that these clean energy resources are unevenly spread, often far from those loading centers, and exhibit strong complementarity in time and space across different regions.
因此，需要通过电网的互联互通来统筹不同的国家和地区的资源差、时间差，实现东南亚，尤其是东盟，水、风、光等清洁能源大范围的优化配置和互补互济。
Thus, we need to leverage power grid interconnection to harmonize resource and time zone differences among diverse countries and regions. This will enable Southeast Asia's hydro, wind, solar, and other clean energy resources to achieve large-scale optimal allocation and multiple support.
中国大家知道，我们的复合中心在中东部，但是能源资源分布在西部和北部，尤其是新能源的开发，大部分都在西部和北部。那么，如何把新能源的开发能够更好开发通过向复合中心输送呢？那中国呢这些年呢都大力加强跨省跨大区的电网的互联互通，所以实现了更大范围的新能源的资源的优化配置。一方面，使新能源得到了很大的开发中国目前的新能源风光的装机容量已经突破了13亿千瓦，现在每年还以2亿到3亿千瓦的增量在迅速的增加。
Let's take China as a good example. Everyone knows that China is a large country, but the most renewable energy resources actually contributed in the northern part and the western part of China. But those loading centers are actually at the east coast areas. So we built a lot of long-distance transmission lines to transmit renewable energy generated in those large renewable energy bases. In this way, big cities and loading centers can use renewable energy from far away. And right now, the overall capacity of China's renewable energy has reached up to 1.3 billion gigawatts. And actually, this number is actually growing very rapidly every year.
大家知道，中国现在已经建成了40多条特高压的输电线路，把西部和北部的清洁能源源源不断地送往了东中部。其中最长的一条特高压的支流是正负1100千伏，把新疆的新能源源源不断地送到了华东地区。
So China has built more than 40 ultra-high voltage transmission lines, which I just mentioned, which transmitted the renewable energy from the western part and the northern part to the eastern part of China. And I have to highlight one of the longest line, which is from Xinjiang to Shanghai, which is 1,100 V. This line has helped the loading center in the east a lot to use renewable energy as much as possible.
中国的新能源的利用率平均全国超过了97%，局部地区超过了100%。
The utilization rate of the renewable energy in China reached up to 97%. Even in some of the areas, this number could go up to 100%.
中国的新能源发展的快，得益于呢，就是电网的建设和电源的建设开发齐头并进。
The reason why China can develop a lot of renewable energy and can make this kind of achievement regarding with the energy system, one of the most important reasons that we, at the very beginning, when we plan the energy system, the generation side and the grid side are actually coordinated.
所以对东南亚的新能源的开发我们觉得呢，加强这个东南亚，尤其是东盟的电网的互联互通和清洁能源的开发的统一规划十分重要。
So for this case, we could learn that for the Southeast Asia region, we want to develop a future energy system. It is also very important to learn this experience to develop the generation side and the transmission side at the same time.
第三呢，是东南亚的能源转型需要兼顾能源的安全和转型的成本。如何确定清洁能源开发的规模和布局？如何确定电网互联的方案？需要统筹优化。我们研究的这个东南亚的电网的互联和清洁能源开发的这样一个规划呢，就是以满足东盟的能源安全供应为前提，以最低的成本实现东盟能源绿色转型为优化目标。因此呢，我们这个方案是一个兼具安全性、经济性的一个最佳的方案之一。
So Southeast Asia's energy transition must balance energy security and transition costs. The scale and layout of clean energy development, as well as grid interconnection plans, demand comprehensive optimization. Our research is grounded in meeting ASEAN's energy security demand and aims to achieve ASEAN's green energy transition at the minimum cost at the optimization goal. Thus, this presents an optimal solution that harmonizes both safety and economy.
我们愿意把我们的研究成果和东盟各方面呢进行分享，来共同推动东盟的联网和能源的转型工作。谢谢。
And we're more delighted to share our research findings with the different parties to facilitate the renewable energy development and energy interconnection in this region.
新主席，绿色东盟未来项目非常期盼，与合作组织，向合作组织学习，让我们能够把东南亚这一块的能源分析做得更到位。Now, Dr. Keiju, given the substantial investment required for the ASEAN power grid, how is ADB working to balance the need for infrastructure development with concerns about debt sustainability for participating countries?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say Malaysia being the chair of the ASEAN this year, this is an important opportunity and an exciting time for Malaysia to take a lead on APG. So I really commend what Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Shi said on this. And what impressive progress in China on transmission, connecting renewable energy from Shenzhen to Shanghai. This is a remarkable achievement, and this is something that we should really look at as an example and learn from the experience from there. ADB is mandated by the ASEAN Secretariat to look at the financing mechanism for ASEAN Power Grid, and then the leadership of the ASEAN states decided to have this by 2045 to energize the ASEAN Power Grid for the region. And even 2045 seems a long time away. We have to act now. There's no delay. And so we are very excited. And then it's so timely. Malaysia take the lead in a chair of the ASEAN today, this year. I just want to explain a little bit of background, the context of ASEAN Power Grid, and then one reference point is the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan number 3. So that's been created but updated in the last 2 years. Roughly 18 cross-border connections. And this is led by the Papua Working Group that the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned. And roughly about $16 billion for this connection. But There are more new ideas with the subsea cables coming in, so the investment needs is more than this. And I cannot emphasize more that there's no energy transition without transmission. You know, there's no transition without transmission. This is very important. Renewable energy potential sites are different from the load centers. And you can do within the countries, but imagine all the potential you have in ASEAN countries, linking different countries to have access to green electrons, which you need to attract foreign investment in this country. You know, data center, they have a very high standard of corporate social responsibility, and they would like to have a green electrons, right? So this is not just for the energy security, affordability, and access for the country, but for industrial competitiveness. It's create more jobs. And so this is a really good opportunity to look at it. There are, out of 18, about 8, 9 projects are already in place, but it requires upgrading, more capacity. There are some are under pre-feasibility study, some are under feasibility studies, different stages. It's important to note that among the ASEAN 10 countries, Timor-Leste joining soon, hopefully, about 80% of the power grid is owned by the state enterprises, for good reasons. Other countries, other regions may have all privatized. In ASEAN, you know, especially in the Philippines and Singapore, it's more, you know, privatized. But other countries have a strong state utilities to operate and then own the grid asset for good reason. Laos also, you know, opened the market for the private sector. But do they have enough capacity to invest in power grid? Can they use their balance sheet to finance? So this is a question. Overall, for energy transition, one agency estimated it takes about $800 billion to have this carbon neutrality energy transition. Among this, about $300 billion may need for the grid investments, for domestic, you know, connections too, because you need to evacuate the power from the source to the national grids and hopefully to export or import. Right? So massive requirements there, and then is it enough? Another thing is that when you connect the cross-border power grid, are they all green electrons? In future, maybe so, but right now we have a mix of brown electrons and green electrons. And would you have access to green finance, which is more of, you know, increasing available and have concessionality within it? Are banks, you know, interested in financing brown electron projects? Many banks, you know, private sector banks I'm talking about, in Europe, pulled out from coal-fired power plant financing, and some need to be abandoned. So how do we work on financing taxonomy? It's a bit of a geekish finance debate or discourse that we have now, but it's very important to move away from or move from the green finance concept to transition finance, to look at, in accordance with the Malaysians, you know, vision, long-term plan for green transition, and then financing institutions, industry recognize this and make it available. Especially when they issue green bonds, they should be looking at, wait a moment, you know, are we investing just in the renewable energy or together with a green grid? And then transition financing bond becomes a more and more important issue. Another part is the externalities. Most utilities mandates are for energy security within the country, affordability and reliability. Cross-border trade, it's a little bit beyond. And also with connection, you have a lot of benefit beyond the country's benefit for the region. So regional public goods concept is an important part of the APG, but it's not costed well. And how do we promote a power grid that has a regional power, positive externality? So these are the challenges in putting together the finance. Our mandate in the bank, development bank, is to look at how we can support the visions of each member state to practical implementation. And our tools is on the financing, and this is the exact area that we are working on it. So how do we work on it? One is to lower the cost of financing. So how do we do this? Professor Sachs, yesterday I think we talked about the ASEAN Investment Bank, I guess. We do actually have a ASEAN Infrastructure Funds, AIF, and ADB administers this finance, but it's limited to about $500 million. ADB also invests for the equity about $150 million, and the revamping of this is under discussion by the finance ministry track of ASEAN this year, and this is an exciting moment. And then we're working closely on this. One of the difficulties or the challenges required for capital-intensive investment is to provide the project readiness finance, feasibility studies, and then environmental and social assessments. That need to be done well ahead. You know, you have a plan, but you need to have these feasibility studies. And transition financing facilities is exactly what I mentioned. That we need to look at a little bit beyond the green finance to look at the transition finance, especially to finance grid that will unlock the renewable energy in the region. And for this, this is important part after preparation, project readiness finance to look at more detailed engineering design and then support the early stage of the project implementation. Further, due to our financial engineering with the bank, we used to be $25 billion bank, now we can be $35 billion bank. So more headroom to finance it, and we're looking at exciting project like ASEAN Power Grid, which has a good decarbonization idea, plus regional public goods. This is something that we want to put more finance to it. And of course, there are a lot of capacity building requirements. Shadow trading we're working on the power market development. We're looking at practice and using the real data, but on a shadow basis, so that the regulators, utilities, and the stakeholders become familiar with the benefit and also the challenges with the power trade. Yeah. We're working with multiple stakeholders, you know, ASEAN member states, but ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN Center for Energy. They are the technical custodian of this initiative. So we're also working very closely with the multiple bilateral agencies, AIIB, World Bank, and they are all interested in supporting this. And for this, not only the concessional financing is important, but we're going to be looking at both public sector and private sector. And I just want to touch upon one, again, it's a little bit more detailed, but it's very important to understand how sophisticated the cross-border financing is. The easiest one is the one on the left corner, which is from the IPP to utility. So there's a power plant in one country, and you export to other countries. So Laos has done that with the Nam Tin 2, Nam Nyet project for hydro. They also have a monsoon project, which is the 600 megawatts wind power exporting to Vietnam. So this is a independent power producer deal that this can be done in the private sector, and it's not, it's a method, so the approach that's been established. Second one, grid to grid, is the one we're talking about, this APG, which is not that easy. We do have already in some connections. Malaysia has with Thailand, Singapore, and this is usually on a utility to utility base. Do we use their balance sheet? Can they afford it? While their mandate also include the domestic grid expansion. Then comes the third one. Especially this applies to possibly the undersea cable, because the country's jurisdiction is up to the 12-kilometer nautical miles. And they'll be useful to have, like the case of internet cables done by the private sector. And of course, each state or the utility can chip in additional, equity to have a more, super SPV. And it's a mandate from the utility to the private company, so there's the special purpose vehicle, to invest and then operate this undersea cable. It doesn't have an undersea cable, but I think it's best fit on that. The fourth one, the merchant one, is probably not applicable in this region, because it's about the more deregulated market where private sector comes in just to put build out the transmission, and the utility trying to have a contract with them. So looking at the future, the source to grid, I think that's no-brainer. That's not what we're looking at. This is happening already, and it's useful, and we should pursue that. But grid-to-grid connection is something that requires a lot of consultation, coordinated efforts by state, government, utility, private sector, and that SPV is another animal that requires more engagement with better regulation and then commercial terms clarity. And then, so this is also something that we should be looking at in this region. So I stop here on the APG concept, and we're really thrilled to be part of this financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Keiju. You are a good teacher too, improving our understanding about green financing, transition financing, and opening up our minds to different ways to think about financing. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us now spend a moment looking beyond Southeast Asia. The Tibetan Plateau plays a crucial role in Asia's energy landscape. This high-altitude region, with its vast glaciers and snowfields, feeds major rivers like the Mekong, Yangtze, Yellow, Brahmaputra, and Ganges, providing fresh water for over 1.4 billion people downstream. The plateau's unique geography, with significant elevation drops from 5,000 meters to 1,500 meters in its rivers, makes it ideal for hydropower. China has capitalized on this, establishing 7 of its 15 major hydropower bases in and around the plateau, contributing substantially to the country's total hydropower capacity. Moving south, the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, Yunnan-Gui Gaoyuan, offers similar potential. With its dramatic elevation changes and 3 major rivers, the Lantangjiang, Nujiang, and Jinshajiang, numerous cascade dams have already been built to tap into this hydroelectric power. Now let's turn to a particularly significant project, a planned mega dam on the lower reaches of the Yalu-Zangpo-Jiang, the Yalong-Zangpo River. This highest major river on Earth flows for 3,000 kilometers from the plateau to the disputed border with India, then through Assam and into Bangladesh. This dam has the potential to generate over 60 gigawatts of power, and that is 3 times the output of the Three Gorges Dam. Connecting this energy potential with the wider region is crucial. Interlinking the future backbone grid of Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam that you saw just now with China's grid could create a powerful regional energy network. However, this Yalu Zhangbujiang dam proposal presents significant challenges. Its location on the Indo-Zangpo Suture Zone, a geologically active area where the Indian and Eurasian plates collide, raises serious concerns about seismic risk. The devastating 1950 earthquake, with its epicenter just 200 kilometers away, highlights this vulnerability. Frequent landslides in this region pose additional risks. Despite these environmental and political complexities, open dialogues and collaboration are essential. Finding a sustainable path forward requires balancing clean energy needs with environmental protection and regional political considerations. So, what do we do with the excess electricity that the grid can't handle? We store it. This brings us to the crucial topic of energy storage. It's important to distinguish between electricity storage, that is, technologies that directly store electrical energy as electricity, like batteries, capacitors, and superconducting magnetic storage, and energy storage more broadly. Energy storage encompasses all methods, including converting electricity into other forms like pumped hydro, hydrogen, or methanol, for later reconversion back to electricity when needed. This distinction is key because the different storage technologies have different strengths. Batteries are excellent for short-term needs, like grid frequency regulation, while pumped hydro, hydrogen, and methanol are better suited for long-term, even seasonal storage. Now let's look specifically at the pumped hydro in Southeast Asia. This mature large-scale storage technology is poised for significant growth in the region. Overall, Southeast Asia's pumped hydro capacity is projected to jump from 2.3 gigawatts today to 18 gigawatts by 2033, an almost 8-fold increase in under a decade. So, Dr. Sri Fadila, studies have identified over 4,000 potential off-river pumped hydro storage sites in Malaysia, highlighting a substantial opportunity. How does Petra plan to prioritize and strategically develop these sites to maximize their contribution to energy security and grid stability?
Oh, thanks again. Prof, I know there's the study by Weber way back in 2024, which highlight that we have about 4,000 potential of river pumped hydro storage sites in Malaysia. So we acknowledge that. But at the same time, we need to authenticate this academic study with practical feasibility assessments. When we say feasibility assessment, what we need to do is to account it for real-world consideration, which include, number one, system cost and also scalability. Number two, we have to look into integration with existing power grid infrastructure. Number three, we have to look into the social and environmental impact assessment. And finally, we need to align with long-term security and grid stability goals. So Yes, based on the academic research, we need to balance up or bridge the gap between the academic research and also the implementation based on the potential as far as the sites are concerned. In Malaysia, there are three authorities that look into energy supply. For Peninsular Malaysia, which is, it would fall directly under Petra, which is Security Commission of Malaysia. Sabah will be under Sabah Energy Commission, and Sarawak will be under Sarawak Energy Sdn Bhd. So for Semenanjung, what Petra has done is we have a committee, we call it Committee of Electricity Development, Implementation and Supply, better known as JPET. This will be studying what will be the energy requirements as far as Malaysia is concerned, in Peninsular Malaysia in particular. So if you look into the demand forecast, up to 2030, we need about 33 gigawatt of energy supply and 50.6 gigawatt in 2040. So that is as far as Peninsular Malaysia is concerned. And under Peninsular Power Development Plan, running from 2024 to 2050, the plan also includes gas as a transition power mix, and also renewable energy as a prime source that we have to look at. The government commitment is by 2050, we need to have about 70% renewable energy supply. So this will be, how do we implement it? So right now, the focus will be more on solar, biomass, and also hydro. Through feed-in tariff that we have introduced, net energy metering, and also self-consumption, CGPP, and also latest that we have introduced was the CRES, of which we have liberalized the power generation, where people can find their own customer, but they have to pay willing charges to the utility companies. So that has already been introduced and opened up for the industry players. At the same time, we are looking also at technologies like battery storage, carbon capture utilization and storage, which is CCUS, nuclear technology. In particular, we are also studying the small modular reactor, SMR. And as I told you earlier, we are looking closely at it. And of course, and hopefully based on the study, whether it is viable or not, depend very much on all the studies that have been conducted. And palm hydro storage. So this is one of the priority that we're looking at. This is more of medium and to long-term basis. This will hopefully not only provide security as far as energy is concerned, but also in terms of grid reliability and also the sustainability aspect of it. So, but again, when we're talking about palm storage, palm hydro storage, we have to look into the geographical stability. When we're saying geographical suitability, how far or how close it is to the transmission line or transmission infrastructure, and then elevation differences, and also the hydrological efficiency of the stream and so on. And we have also have to look at environmental impact, how we can minimize the ecological and also social disruption as far as palm hydro is concerned. We also have to look into economic feasibility so that we can attract investors to invest in it, and also to optimize the operational costs. And at the same time, we need to study the energy demand. Where are the areas or sites at the peak demand where grid become unstable? So this will be the focus area. For now, our approach is to give priority based on the current Malaysian hydro energy storage system that we have. which is to leverage on the existing infrastructure, which is readily available in that particular area. This is to make sure to reduce the environmental impact and also at the same time to reduce costs. We have approved 2 pilot projects up to 600 megawatt and 700 megawatt. And this is expected to commence operation in 2032. So of course the studies are, we are focusing on that particular studies as far as other areas are concerned. And hopefully by that we'll be able to expand more power hydro, hydro storages for Malaysia. So I believe it is for long term, that be one of the viable option that we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. We have been looking at palm hydro storage with great interest, and it is great to hear that Malaysia is moving forward on this. 新主席，这全球能源互联网发展合作组织认为，将大规模抽水蓄能电站纳入其全球能源互联网框架时，会面临哪些关键的技术和经济挑战？目前正在探索哪些解决方案或创新举措来克服这些挑战呢？ What are the key technical and economic challenges that GEICO foresees in integrating large-scale palm hydro storage into its global energy interconnection framework? And what solutions or innovations are being explored to overcome these challenges?
谢谢主持人。这个确实发展抽水蓄能呢，是清洁发展和确保电力系统电力平衡和灵活调节，以及新能源促进新能源消纳非常重要的一项这个举措。
Indeed, pump storage is quite crucial to balance the stability of energy system, especially to integrate more renewable energy. When we're talking about to triple the renewable capacity all over the world, it is actually very crucial to have this feasibility in energy system, have this flexibility.
抽水蓄能在目前的电力储能的这些技术方面，因为它成本相对低这个然后呢，这个运行灵活而且可以做到规模化的开发，确实它相比其他的储能，它更具有优势。 而且技术上、安全上都是很成熟的。
Compare with the other kind of storage, pump storage is actually more cost-effective and actually very safe and more easier to develop in a larger scale. So we think this is actually one of the best solution for energy storage system.
但是抽水蓄能不同于传统的水电站的开发，它确实有它的一些特殊的技术挑战。
But there are also a lot of constraints regarding with the geography and technology as well.
第一个呢是项目选址呢存在一定的局限性，它只适合建在山形落差大地形落差大，有合适的上下水库的地址，而且呢靠近电网枢纽且地质条件稳定的地方。
On the technology front, firstly, site selection is quite restrictive. There are only variable in locations with significant elevation differences, suitable ports for upper and lower reservoirs. Secondly, construction is actually very challenging. Equipment like turbines and pump units demand high manufacturing precision, and installing large-scale gear is intricate.
第二呢，它建设的难度大，成本相对于普通的水电高，而且周期长。尤其是水电机组等设备的制造精度要求高，大型设备安装复杂，输水系统的设计施工对工程技术要求极为严格。
And this can be only built approximately to great hubs and stable geological conditions. And the designing and building water conveyance systems necessitates considering complex factors such as water flow and pressure fluctuations imposing rigorous engineering standards.
在中国要建设一个抽水蓄能电站，最快也需要4到6年的时间，甚至更长。那么与风电和光伏等快速增长带来的调节容量的需求矛盾是突出的。
So even in China, we know China did everything very fast. If we want to build a pump storage plant, at least we need 4 to 6 years. So it's quite challenging for us to meet the energy demand when we're building this kind of pump storage plants.
第三是投资回报具有不确定性。抽水蓄能电站呢是在用电低谷时抽水储能，在用电高峰时放水发电，收益主要依靠峰谷电价差，受政策、市场供需等多种因素的影响，收益存在不确定性。如果电价的机制不合理，会导致投资回报不乐观。
And sometimes the investment recovery is unpredictable. PHS, pump storage, plants pump water during off-peak hours for storage and generate power during peak times, with revenues preliminary on peak to off-peak price differences, influenced by various factors, including policies and market supply and demand. Revenues are uncertain. An unreasonable electricity pricing mechanism can result in unappealing investment returns.
当然，抽水蓄能的电站建设还有要处理好一个非常重要的问题，就是开发建设抽水蓄能和保护环境的关系。
And of course, when we're building this kind of pump storage plants, we have to very carefully take care of the environment.
克服以上的挑战呢，需要从3个方面努力：一是推动技术创新，2是加强政策支持，3是要加快其他新型储能的建设。
I think to tackle these challenges, actions is needed in 3 key areas. The first one is we have to foster technical innovation. Secondly, we need to bolster policy support. And at last, thirdly, we need to deploy new energy storage technologies.
谢谢。
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairman Sin and Datuk Sri Fadila, for educating me on why this academic study of 4,000 sites would not all be relevant for developing into pumped hydro storage. Thank you. Now, Dr. Kei Ju, recognizing the need for diverse energy storage solutions, how can utilities strategically balance investments in short-term duration storage like battery energy storage system, long-duration storage like pumped hydro storage, and transmission infrastructure to optimize grid performance and reliability? And what are the key challenges in implementing such a portfolio approach?
Thank you. Thank you for choosing this topic. Now I'm glad to say that even though we don't finance nuclear power plant, we finance pump hydro. Hooray! Right. It's a challenging one. Let me highlight a few things. One, it takes time to develop, like the chairman said. Even China takes 4 to 6 years. You know, it requires a lot of assessment, environmental assessments, economic assessment, so forth. So again, we have to act now for future investments. So planning comes into play. I also like to highlight that given that, what do we do? It's important to look at a little bit more of a short-term, medium-term solutions. Battery storage, BESS is one solution that you can look at. It's easy to implement. You can buy it, install it. If you're fast, you can do it in 6 months. If it's a large scale, probably 1 year to 2 years. Battery doesn't last long forever. Typically, with the current technology, you can charge about 5,000 times. So looking at how you operate it, probably 7 years if you run it quite frequently and quite demandingly. Otherwise, it takes maybe 15 years, until the end of the lifetime. Then you need to reinvest. Pump hydro probably lasts 50, maybe 100 years, right, if you maintain well. So there's a sequence. Decarbonization is something that we have to act now, and it's happening. Renewable energy is coming up. You don't want the curtailment of the renewable energy, and then you store it, and then you can invest in the battery for now, until you have a large capacity of the pump hydro coming up later. And so planning is very important. Sequencing, and then making sure that you have a stable grid system, so you can encourage the private sector to come in so they can absorb them, and then sell it to the end users, industries, and then for the retail market. What's important? Planning is important, we discussed this, but also feasibility study to start with, both on the medium-term solution, but also long-term, and the work on that. When you're ready, with many studies, ready to be financed, then you have an upper hand to do whatever you want to do. You can ask for financing, you can come up with the implementation, but if you're not ready, decarbonization remains as a plan and dream for future. Right? So we need to act now, and then this is a good forum to link with policymakers, financing, academic. We all have to work together on this. And then it's an exciting moment, 2025, for decarbonization, especially in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Keju. Now that we have reached 11 a.m., we need to wrap up this panel. So I'm sorry, audience, if you have questions, you need to reach out to our panelists later. So to wrap up, could I have
I know time is very scarce, but I just wanted first to thank everybody for you just had a full semester course in grid management. So this was really excellent, very thorough, very detailed, and very, very interesting. But I think the most important point was the point made by Chairman Chin when he described China's energy system. It was planned, and it was planned about 15 years ahead. So every time UN said, or we heard from ADB, well, it seems like a long way off. No, no, no. 2050 is now. You need to plan now. That's because this takes a long time to design, approve, build, finance. You cannot do this step by step. You can't say we're going to do a bit, we'll see how it goes, we'll do the next step. This is the most important point that we heard. This is a system. It's not a market where you add in and a new shop comes and you do this. It's a system. The power needs to be there. It needs to be reliable. The storage needs to be there. It needs to be resilient to shocks. All the components work together. This is very hard. China did a great job. In the United States, we don't have it because we can't plan a national grid, for example. We have 50 or maybe 51 states, depending on who you listen to these days. But they operate separately. And they don't approve power lines, and there's no national plan at all. And the point I want to make, China, by being China, has one plan. And it made it. And it's got tens of thousands of kilometers, not of a dream, not of a journal article, but of actual high voltage direct current transmission. It's already actually there. ASEAN is 10 countries, and an 11th one may join soon. You cannot plan this one country at a time. So this is really something completely different. By the way, Europe does not do it at all. The European Union does not have a plan. It has goals. It has objectives. And then it has 27 separate countries with their plans. It doesn't work. The only country that has figured this out so far is China, because it's a centralized state doing it at a large scale with planning capacity and production capacity. So the only point I would make, because we heard excellent presentations from all of the panelists, and it's such an esteemed panel of your Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister in charge of this. But can we get ASEAN to think planning, 20-year plans, detailed, professional, quantified plans on a 20-year perspective? And can we get the ADB to think in those terms, so it's not the client comes, one state wants a grid, but an actual 20-year plan? Because if we do that, you'll have a power system in 20 years that does everything that you want to do. So I think it was a superb panel, but we need one more political breakthrough. And I'm counting on Malaysia doing it this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs, for summarizing our panel discussion so well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together to thank our distinguished panelists this morning. They have worked very hard to create this valuable panel for us. Come, let's...
Sorry, I just want to clarify the overall capacity of renewable energy in China is actually 1.3 terawatt hours. Sorry for my translation.
Thank you, panel. And just to let everyone know, we will now have a short break and we will return after 10 minutes. And we will be hearing more from Jeff Sachs in our closing session as well. So looking forward to seeing you all in 10 minutes for our next panel of the day. everyone. I hope you're refreshed after that very short break. Now we will be having our fourth panel of AWST 2025. The fourth panel is on transformative economic management for Malaysia and Madani in a politically fractious world threatened by environmental crisis. I kindly invite the moderator of the session, Professor Izzian Idris, Professor of Sunway Business School, Sunway University, to kindly make your way to the stage to introduce the rest of the panel.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to our distinguished panels. Yang Berhormat Liu Chintong, Deputy Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry of Malaysia. Datuk Sri Mustafa Mohamad, Distinguished Fellow, UN Sustainable Development Solution Network Asia Headquarters, Sunway University. Professor Emeritus Ulung, Datuk Dr. Wu Wing Tai, Vice President for Asia, UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, Visiting Professor, Institute for Advanced Studies, University Malaya, and Distinguished Fellow, Penang Institute. And to all fellow audience. Right, our topic today, as the MC has stated just now, is transformative economic management for Malaysia Madani in a politically fractious world threatened by environmental crisis. So I welcome all our panels to the stage. Okay, so we can start now, yeah? Right, as we all know, Madani economy is the latest economic framework announced by Prime Minister Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, which aim at boosting the Malaysia economy. And this will have revenue spill over to the people to enable them to enjoy a better quality of life. This is to address various challenges and issues related to its competitiveness and investment attractions, as well as outlining actions to address current issues that affect people's life. So for our first speaker, all right, I would like to introduce YB Liu Chintong, all right, for introduction, and also together with a question, yeah, YB, that can you elaborate further on Malaysia economy and Asian perspective, and what are the challenges do you think that to achieve Madani economic goals? Please, welcome.
Thank you, moderator Professor Izzian Idris. My fellow panelists, both gentlemen, have a lot of respect for both gentlemen, Topa and Wing, my mentor and friend. Also acknowledging the presence of Tan Sri Rebecca, who has just retired from APEC. Friends, fellow Malaysians, a very good morning to all of you. The title is a bit mouthful, but I broadly just want to touch on how I see where we are, both domestically and globally, and what sort of mindset shift that is required for us to think differently and do things differently. We are in once in a generation moment globally, or maybe even longer. There are people who say that this is for the first time since the end of the Second World War that we are in a situation where we do not necessarily have the same political economy, global order for us to rely upon. Trump is taking over on 20th of January, and we will have to sit back and prepare for fireworks. But what is certain is that the political economic order globally that guided the world since the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 has ended. There was a set of ideas that we are buying or generally operating within, including what is broadly branded as neoliberalism, the idea that free trade is good, the idea that market is dominant, the idea that privatization was ideal. I think those has ended. But what is to come is for us to shape and, of course, for us to have to deal with those challenges as well. In this complex situation, Malaysia has a once-in-a-generation opportunity. When I say there's a once-in-a-generation opportunity, I outlined this in my book, Second Takeoff. I'm not here to advertise my book, but you're welcome to buy one. Of course, when I say there's a second takeoff, there was the first takeoff. First takeoff happened between 1988 and 1997. And what triggered the first takeoff? It was actually United States forcing Japan to appreciate yen in 1985 in the Plaza Accord. So when yen was forced to appreciate, by about 1987, 1988, it was already too expensive to export from Japan. Therefore, Japanese firms relocated to Malaysia, Batam, Singapore, Thailand predominantly, and through which they also brought with them their Taiwanese and Korean suppliers. And that triggered the first Malaysian economic takeoff. Of course, how it failed, everyone knows that there was the 1997 Asian financial crisis. And why we were stuck in the financial crisis was also because while we had many manufacturing activities, we did not have enough R&D, we did not create enough technology. At the same time, too many people were too busy and too happy with playing real estate. So there was a real estate boom, and eventually, when the crisis hit, the real estate sector was hit badly, and eventually failed. Then in 1998, Anwar Ibrahim was arrested or detained and then beaten up, and that sets off a series of political crises. And in 2001, I think most importantly, China joined the World Trade Organization. When China joined the World Trade Organization, China became the factory of the world, and Malaysia had very little use or very little relevance globally. So I think that is a cycle that has now ended. The cycle has now ended, and therefore, over the past few years, for example, this morning I was shown specific data about the E&E sector. FDI investment into the E&E sector since 2021 actually is the total amount is more than the FDI investment into the semiconductors or the E&E sector over the last 40 years, or the 40 years preceding 2021. So we are seeing a new cycle, and the new cycle, of course, comes with a lot of uncertainty, but the new cycle gives us an opportunity to rethink where we are, how we position ourselves as a nation. And this coincided with the emergence of the Madani or unity government, which is headed by Dr. Sri Anwar Ibrahim. The new government, at least if you want to refer to any major documents, I think there are three documents that are relevant here. The first one is the Madani Economic Framework, which was launched by the Prime Minister in July 2023, which broadly has two main ideas. Raising the ceiling, we need to do more in order to create a more sophisticated economy, and raising the floor. We need to distribute and we need to level the playing field for as many people as possible. And seeing this as interchangeable, intertwined, and doing it at once and not separately. I think that is the key idea. And in August 2023, Prime Minister launched the National Energy Transition Roadmap, which is also very core to the whole shift that we are talking about. And thirdly, in September 2023, Prime Minister launched the new Industrial Master Plan 2030. I think these are the key documents that outline the aspiration and directions of travels that the Prime Minister intends to see. And I think this creates a potentially all the stars align moment. So we're hoping that we'll reach there. But what do we want to do, and what sort of mindset do we have to shift? I think first of all, we must be bold and be very clear that we do not want a colonial economy mindset. What I mean by colonial economy mindset? During the colonial period, we import foreign labor and then produce rubber or palm oil. And when there's an economic slump, foreign workers were sent back. And when growth comes, we import more labor. And it's a cycle without technology. So the rubber economy, if you read Sultan Nasrin Shah's new book, he accounted for the rubber economy. The rubber economy was basically an economy that with very little technology, although later on there was some technology involved, but generally it was a colonial economy run by the agencies, including Samdabi and all this, which was owned by the British interests. But that was mainly a colonial economy. But today, many segments of our economy is still running on that basis. We employ foreign workers. We do not use technology. We pay lousy pay, and then it's a vicious cycle. I think that has to end. We have to end that. We have to end an economy that depends on unskilled foreign labor and move up to whether foreign or local, at least we must build an economy that is technologically based and that is based on skill and not just relying on labor input. I think that is something that we will have to be very clear. And we cannot just also depend on foreign capital without realizing that actually we have liquidity in our market, in our capital market. We must be able to now steer, and through policy, through engagement, through creating the right platform to steer Malaysian capital into technology. Now, I refer back to 1990s, and I say that people were too interested in real estates, chasing after real estates, and that was one of the reasons why we got trapped in the 1997 crisis. Today, I think we have a lot of opportunity. I've been talking to industrial park operators. I've been talking to people who have money. I say this is the time that to see whether this second takeoff really happened is really to see that the real estate players now, of course, many of them have now shifted to industrial park. But it is not just about building industrial park and selling industrial park as if they are condos. It is really about creating values and creating a resilient supply chain. If we can create a resilient supply chain, Malaysia will be very relevant globally. The time of seeing industrial development or global supply chain as goods moving around freely, I think that has ended. Efficiency is no longer the game. There was, for the longest of time, global corporations chasing for cheapest location to produce. Today, you talk to global corporations, they are looking for the safest supply chain. The more resilient supply chain will win. And how to do so is really to create a strong and resilient supply chain. Secondly, the neoliberal ideas that have governed us has been the governing or operating assumptions for the last 35 years is now essentially bankrupt. We will have to accept a few things. Number one, we shouldn't be satisfied with growing in a linear way. And I have advocated that Malaysia should at least see ourselves growing at 6% and try to do it, try to push it. Of course, you do not want to see growth with very high inflation. So how do you create sustainable growth but growing more than 6%? I think it's a challenge. But again, we cannot continue to see that we depend only on private money without coordination. Mazzucato talks about mission economy. We should start thinking about how to create synergy between the state, the government, private sector, and also technology. How to create that sort of synergy so that we can allow for a lot more technology acquisition in our system. Now, one of the main areas that we have been working on is semiconductor industry. We want to see Malaysia not just doing outsourced testing and assembly. We want to see Malaysia moving higher and becoming at least an indispensable middle in the supply chain. We may not be able to be providing and creating technology like the United States, China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, but we want to occupy a space just below them, just below the countries that I've just mentioned. We see that Malaysia can occupy an indispensable middle in the supply chain, particularly in the semiconductor supply chain, and we should see ourselves creating a lot more IPs and having a lot more Malaysian-made technology in the years to come. So we need industrial policy. We cannot just go by neoliberal ideas that the market knows everything. And we also need a more useful state. A government that actually provide public services that is actually working for the people. So that comes to my third point, which I think we need fundamental rethinking on the following issues. Number one, on technology. As I mentioned earlier, we must put technology at the center of whatever we do. It is no longer just about investing for investment's sake. It's no longer just about making money for making money's sake. We want to create a nation centered around technology. The second point is that we want to create a nation where job is also at the center of discussion. Very often we do not talk about jobs because we think that job will take care of itself. But in the future, I think when we think about the Malaysian economy, it is very important to realize this. We can no longer or forever thinking of the United States as the final destination of our export. Therefore, we can no longer just think about suppressing wages in order to facilitate export. We have to start thinking about Malaysia as also a consumption base. ASEAN as also a consumption base. That means ASEAN is not just producing to sell to the US. ASEAN must have a middle class which is reasonably wealthy or wealthy enough to at least consume some parts of our products. That means we have to rewire our logic that we are not just exporting. We are also consumers. But to create consumers, you need to create jobs. You need to create jobs that pay decently so that your own people are able to consume some parts of your products. This is going to be a challenge, not just for Malaysia, not just for ASEAN, but even today, it is a challenge for China. Because over the last 70 or 80 years, Japan grew rich by exporting to the US in the 50s. The four dragons, the four tigers, then China. Everyone was exporting to the United States, but today the United States is facing a situation of a shrinking middle class. So export-oriented economy required rethinking, and we must put job at the center of our discussions of our economy. Thirdly, we need strong public services. Public services including rethinking about housing. Housing cannot just be about private profit. Rethinking about investing a lot more in public transport. Rethinking about investing a lot more in public healthcare. Now, how the details is debatable, but the point is that we need strong public services, because these public services, public transport, public housing, or some form of public element in the housing, whether it's public investment or public ownership, and public healthcare, all this will support a robust and resilient population and an economy. And we also need to rethink about our cities. Our cities require rethinking. And of course, I'm attracted by the last bit of this topic. The last bit of this topic talks about a world that is threatened by environmental crisis. If we want to think about how to deal with environmental crisis, we will need to bring, and in the context of Malaysia, we need to rethink our cities. We need to bring people back from a sprawling city into the inner city, so that not everyone needs to own a car, not everyone needs to drive a car. We need to rethink how to create a city which most people depend on public transport and not depending on private cars. We need to create a city or a nation that consume less petrol, less oil as a whole. Whether we electrify our transport or whichever, we need to rethink how we deal with this. And my final point is this, we need to rethink federalism. For the Malaysian economy to grow rapidly, to grow beyond a linear model, we will have to imagine that Sarawak is Perth. I'm using Australian as an analogy. Let's say, for example, Sarawak is the resource-based state, and it is an engine of growth. Penang is a technology state, and Penang Kulim will fly, and it is an important engine. We will have to imagine that Southern Johor will be like Melbourne or Osaka or Busan, which is the second economic capital. So federal bureaucrats and the federal government will have to rethink how it sees various regional capitals and regional economy, so that the Malaysian economy is not dependent on just the Klang Valley, but you have a second economic capital in Johor, you have a technology capital in Penang and Kulim, and you have a resource-based economy, strong resource-based economy in Sarawak. All this required our brains to be rewired and to have a new perspective to see how we should drive the economy forward. So the first 2 years of the Madani government has stabilized the economy, stabilized politics, and provided the base for transformative change. But for transformative change to happen, we need to rethink our perspective, and our perspective has to change because the world has changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, YB. Right, without further ado, we move to our next speaker, Dato Sri Mustafa. I have a question, all right. You've been in government for many years, all right. You involved in economy and finance, planning, investment, and so on. So how do you see that, the current economy compared to previous years, 70s, 80s, and 90s? Maybe you can give some views on that. Thank you, Dato.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Thank you, Prof. Izian, YB Chintong, Prof. Wu, my dear colleagues and friends. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the organizers, Sunway University, for getting us together early in the year, this an ASEAN year. It is most befitting that we begin to talk not only about ASEAN, but also, perhaps more importantly, how we can make this great country great again. I'm not too sure whether I can be as passionate as YB Chintong. He's always passionate. He's got a lot of belly, a lot of fire in the belly here. I try not to cover the same ground, of course. I know that Prof. Wu has got many things to add. I'll be quite conventional in my approach. I'll speak a bit about history, what Prof. Izian just shared with us, some events which happened in the past, and some current developments, and of course, more importantly, the last part, which is the way forward. Yesterday, Prof. Jeffrey Sachs set the stage, very grim to some, very realistic. The Western world on the going downhill, China and Asia on the rise, which is a fact, of course. Very interesting developments, geopolitical. We are waiting anxiously for what's going to happen the 20th, 21st. As YB Chintong mentioned, there was this new liberal idea on free trade. David Ricardo, about 250 years ago, wrote a book about free trade. Free trade is supposed to benefit everyone, a win-win situation, yeah? But now we have Trump, Navarro, one of his closest advisors, saying that free trade will result in win-lose situation. The winner is China, the loser is America. Navarro and others, they're saying that America has been transferring wealth to other countries, China and others, in the form of trade surpluses or trade deficits suffered by the US. Anyway, some people are of the view that China's entry into WTO in the year 2001 had resulted, in the current landscape where China is now going to be perhaps the leading economic power in about 10 years' time. Yeah, there is a prediction, but the year 2035 now, America contributes about 26% of output, China 17% global output. But going forward, 2035, there's a number of forecasts have indicated that China is going to be the leading economy in the world. So these are some geopolitical changes, very destabilizing, very uncertain. Plus, of course, the Gaza war, Syria, Myanmar, and next door, our neighbor. We have hunger in Sudan and desertification and LA, fire in LA. Yeah? We all know what's happening. So we're facing, the first part is, yes, there are a lot of geopolitical developments which do not, indicate that we are moving in the right direction. And there's also an environmental crisis. Yeah? COP 27, 28, 29, the last one. A lot of, shortcomings, including developing countries. They were not happy with the funding of only $300 billion in the next few years to resolve some of the environmental problems they have. So that's the general backdrop. We are in a situation where we are entering a very difficult phase, very challenging phase in our world. There was this liberal ideas which reigned supreme for many, many years. And now we are beginning to hear the other side of the story, which is free trade is not good for the world. And the other dimension, of course, the WTO has been weakened. UN is perceived as not playing a role in bringing us together. There's disunity in the world, a lot of geopolitical challenges. So that's a backdrop, which we all know. Prof. Jeff Sachs said it eloquently yesterday. Next will be some of the environmental challenges we're facing now. Closer to home, we have extreme weather, we have flooding, we have problems in food supply, food security. There was a time when we were able to provide 70% of our rice requirements. Last year, we've been informed that we were only able to provide 50% or so of our rice requirements. That's got to do partly with the extreme weather, the flooding in Kedah, in Kelantan, and some other parts of Malaysia, which are the rice bowls of the country. So these are the global challenges having an impact on Malaysia. So we live in a very uncertain environment. Next, let me move on to the next subject, which is the way forward. You all know the Madani initiative introduced by the Prime Minister. YB Chintong has spoken, has highlighted a few of those. Madani is about raising the floor, raising the ceiling. It's about governance. It is about sustainability. It's about inclusiveness. Yeah. So these are about being the top 30 countries in the world. CPI, Corruption Perception Index of 25, number 12 in terms of competitiveness index. So those numbers are well known to all of us. But what is important is, as Chintong pointed out, there's got to be a need for a radical rethinking. Yeah, we've been growing at this year, inshallah, more than 5%. Last year, indications are that we're going to grow by more than 5%. Before that was 3.6. Yeah, there's been ups and downs. the fact of the matter is, it is difficult to predict the future. So there's some challenges in meeting the Madani objective. For example, we're now at number 36. We are the 36th biggest economy in the world. Our target in 10 years is to be number 30, top 30 economies. And according to some analysts, to be able to get there, to be number 30 in the world, top 30 economy in the world, we need to grow at least 2% higher than what we are experiencing now, which is, of course, a tall order. So what's required in order to address this gap of about 2%? Anyway, these are some of the challenges we are facing. I would like to focus, instead of normal macroeconomic challenges, some of the small things you need to do. You have the big picture, you have vision, you have a big agenda, you have vision and others. But my point on my final note this morning is to share with you the importance of paying attention to the smaller things in life. Drains in PJ, yeah, the poor in Mentari, yeah, in Penang and other places. We know that our drainage system was designed and built probably after the Second World War. And when there's heavy, torrential rainfall, those drains will not be able to handle the amount of water that's coming down from the sky. So the big picture is important. The macroeconomic stability, yeah, financial sustainability, yes, yeah. We have a deficit. This year is going to be probably about last year was 4.3, last 5. So this is going to go down long term under the Madani vision. Deficit should be about 3%, yeah, or at least. Or they're about 3%. We have the debt issue. Debt and liabilities is about 1.6 trillion. This is something that the government is trying to resolve. And we are pleased to note that the subsidy rationalization has resulted in some savings. According to the second finance minister, instead of 4 billion, we're going to save about 7 to 8 billion ringgit. That's windfall for the government. Yeah? Imagine, I mean, you're supposed to save 4 billion from the diesel subsidy rationalization. Now you're saving 7 to 8. So that's 4 billion ringgit in your pocket. And there are many things we can do with that. So one is, the way forward, one is to ensure that not only do we grow at the current rate, we should be higher. Yeah? In order to achieve the Madani objective, to be the top 30 economy in the world, we need to grow higher than 5%. That's very plain. I mean, just to share with you, it's simple. It's not rocket science. Next is to ensure it is sustainable. It is important for us to have deep pockets, to have surplus in our budget. We have emergencies. Alhamdulillah, we don't have volcanic eruptions, we don't have earthquakes, typhoons in this country, but we have a major flood, for example, a destruction to assets, government assets, private assets, houses, drains, refrigerators and others. Yeah, this costs the government money in terms of government assets, the need to repair, and also private households. So my point is, yes, the big picture is important, but there's a need for us more and more going forward. Totally the smaller things in life as well. Yeah, the drains, yeah, for example, and now people are talking about bus fares, about fees. If you have children going to kindergarten, for example, these are the realities of life. Yeah, so one is to address the big picture, which we are going to the right track. But more importantly, I think going forward, in terms of economic management, we need to attend to some what I call bread and butter issues. We need to make everyone happy. Of course, we cannot possibly make everyone happy, but we should try as much as possible to make as many people as possible happy. There was this issue of insurance, medical insurance would come up in the last few weeks, for example. So how we handle them to make sure that we're sustainable, to make sure we're inclusive, I think is important for this country. So that's point number one, which is economic management. Yeah, not only the big picture, but also the smaller things in life, the cost of living. Now we have the Madani help. Yeah. Poor, for example, we still have poor people. Hardcore poverty, we're almost there, yeah, alhamdulillah. But there are many poor people. China has eliminated poverty in the year 2020. In 30 years, China eliminated hardcore poverty by 800 million people. 800 million Chinese were taken out from the poverty list in 30 years. Yeah? So our ambition is to, of course, eradicate hardcore poverty and also to get as many people out of poverty as possible. So that's economic management. The other will be the political management. Yeah, all these noises in the background. Yeah, I think we need to talk to each other more often. We need to be more mature. Yeah, we want to move forward. Yeah, we've been doing lots of things, but we're not there yet. So we should talk to each other. Discussions like this, dialogues. Yeah, we should share knowledge. We should build bridges. We shouldn't be burning bridges. We should talk to each other, have more dialogues. The role of young people, the role of universities. Yeah, you play a very important role. Sunway and many others. Yeah, the young people in this room have an important role to play to ensure that we move forward. We become more mature politically as a nation. We talk to each other more often. Yeah. Fortunately, we are not violent people. We have very strict, anti-gun laws in this country, and for that reason, we don't fire shots at each other. But we need to maintain the peace and security. This is important for stability, for foreign investments and others. So one is economic management, the need to be, to pay attention to the small things in life. Number two, the need to keep the peace politically, to quieten the noises. This includes federal-state financial relations, which mentioned by, it's not only Sabah and Sarawak, other states as well. Yeah, we have to be inclusive. Yeah, and yes, the Johor Special Economic Zone. It happens to a big chunk is in YB Chintong's constituency. Yeah? I don't have any constituency anymore, so you're going to be a beneficiary of that. Yeah, but we need to be inclusive. Yeah, inclusive meaning we want every Malaysian, especially those who are marginalized in the jungles, the orang asli, every part of Malaysia, to enjoy a more decent life. That's what Madani is all about, ensuring that Malaysians enjoy a more decent life. So one is economic management. Number two, we need to be cool, we need to be calm, we need to build bridges, we need to talk more to each other. Finally, on ASEAN, and this has resonated, a few times yesterday and today. This morning we discussed energy, the importance of ASEAN countries getting together to discuss not only grid connection, but also nuclear power and many other things. And this is a wonderful opportunity for Malaysia. And in this context, I will say a few words about neutrality. The government has been saying quite a bit about neutrality, the Prime Minister, the Investment Trade Minister, and many others here. This is a wonderful idea, of course, but the difficulty is in navigating the many challenges we're facing. Neutrality, we want to be part of the Belt and Road Initiative. We want to be part of BRICS. And this year, being chairman of ASEAN, Malaysia has a wonderful opportunity in order to further leverage on this concept, to make sure that it benefits the people of Malaysia in terms of our standing in the international community, in terms of our attractiveness as an investment destination. So this is a good beginning at Sunway in January 2025, being the ASEAN year. We need to make sure that this opportunity that we have is fully exploited, fully leveraged for the benefit of Malaysia. It's not easy to keep equidistance between China, America, and Europe. Yeah, America, of course, considers itself to be more important than 100 or 200 other countries in the world. It requires some attention. So navigating the challenges, the geopolitical challenges, going to be, of course, challenging. But to the extent that we were able to exploit this decision to be a truly neutral country, our ability to do that will enable Malaysia to be great. Well, not once we've been great. Yeah, we've always been great, I must say. Every country facing challenges. But we all love this country. We all want this country to be great. Let's ensure that our economy is stable, that we manage our economy well. Let's ensure that we have deep pockets. We have some savings in our wallet to face any eventuality, any crisis. It can be an environmental crisis. Number two, let's keep the level of political noises down to the barest minimum so that we can move forward. Let's talk more to each other. Let's have dialogues, especially among young people, among universities. And finally, let's fully leverage on this opportunity being chairman of ASEAN to ensure that it truly benefits the people, and we have to fully exploit this concept of neutrality, BRICS, Belt and Road, China, America, Europe, Middle East. Yeah? Let's Malaysia show the way in leading ASEAN, leading the world. The Malaysian model has done well. The ASEAN model is doing well as well. and let's showcase the Malaysian and ASEAN model to the world as the way forward in this very fractious world. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dato'. Okay, we have current minister, ex-minister. So we next move to our expert economists, okay? So I think for Prof. Dato', I don't have to ask any question. He can talk a lot on economy. So we please welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for staying until now after the exciting first session we had. I certainly had an inspired ring time listening to both speakers. Jin Tong has succeeded in rewiring me again. So let me see, upon rewiring, I would like to first summarize why I'm rewired. The first thing that he talks about, he gave a history of the last time Malaysia was growing above 6%. That is before the Asian financial crisis. From 1970, with the inaction of NEP, up to 1997, the economy grew at 7.7%. Since then, we have never touched 6%. So when he says that we go at 6, we are, in other words, going to do something different since the Asian financial crisis. And Pak Tokpa just said, we need to grow 2 percentage points higher. So we need to grow at least 7, if not 8. Now, what was the engine of growth before the Asian financial crisis? Jin Tong told us about the time that the Japanese yen went from 255 to a US dollar to 105 US dollar. That is, depending on how you, the IMF definition, you have undergone 100% devaluation, and the normal sense, at least 50%, from 235 to 105. That's a big change. And that led to us being the location of choice for production. That is true for Thailand. For Malaysia, for Penang, it started earlier. But why it started earlier, I'll come back to it. But the important thing is we certainly profited from that. The next, he told us about following the financial crisis that happened in 1997. China joined WTO at the end of 2001. And that is the great sucking sound in which the investment got diverted over there. And then, the impression, and now, what do we know? As he said, in the last year, Penang's FDI in 2001 was bigger than the sum of the preceding 7 years. In 2022, the FDI into Johor was bigger than the sum of the preceding 7 years. So it looks like the same music is playing again for us. So we are going to swim up because of FDI. I agree, it presents us with the possibility of a second takeoff. But the role of FDI is not what you think. Because to stress the importance of FDI means that we are a capital shortage country. That's why we need the capital to come here. Or at least we are technologically weak, so we need them to bring the technology here. Well, are we capital poor? The numbers of capital flight money that flies out of the country secretly. The biggest capital flight is from China. Second is from Mexico. Third is from Malaysia. On a per capita basis, it's $315 per person from China. For Mexico, it's 456 per capita. Malaysia boleh, $2,725 per person. In other words, we have got a hole in our economy where capital is running out. And thanks to the inflow of capital from FDI, it's like a bathtub. You got a hole, right? But then you also have the running water. So when the level doesn't go down. And how about manpower, skilled manpower? Of course, we need more skilled manpower. The thing is, the World Bank tells us that within 10 years of graduation, 20% of tertiary graduates have left the country. So, because of that, we don't have critical mass in technological innovation. The idea of a single genius working alone, creating technology, is the days of Isaac Newton. But even then, there was his European competitors. In Malaysia, basically, because of this brain drain that Kyrie talked about recently in his podcast, we have a lot of smart people, but we do not have enough to create a critical mass such that there is synergy that is self-sustaining. Because we don't have critical mass, we are in a critical mess. That's what has happened. So, that the FDI is going to come in, and how shall we make a difference? We'll certainly do better if we can plug the capital outflight, plug the continued outflow of talents, which is now multiracial in character, and that calls for a change in national social policies, as well as that's one of the rethinking that would have to be done. In other words, we agree NEP is the right policy, but the instruments need to be revised. We want to accomplish the same objective of social justice for all communities, but the particular way in which it is being done is leading to a sense of lack of safety. That's why you send your money out and you send your kid out. So this is a topic that I would talk about if there's more, but then I have to get back to the rest of the rewiring that has occurred. So one of them is plugging the two holes. Besides that, the new mindset that we ought to have would include the following. Jin Tong talks about neoliberalism being dead. The thing is, it doesn't mean that the opposite is true. What we need to do is to fix the defects of free trade rather than rejecting free trade. For example, the social services that he talked about, helping people to retrain after being laid off from import competition, is very important. So I continue to believe that Adam Smith is right, but we got to deal with the negative aspects of it. That is the second topic we can talk about in a little while. Now, the things that we have to fix internally, the mindset, he talks about a reject of neo-colonialism. So it looks like the GLCs ought to be, role is justified. The GLC in Malaysia is too big a sector and mostly misoriented. If you look at the growth of Taiwan, Japan, Korea, they certainly didn't depend on FDI. They had the critical mass that was able to produce self-sustaining, innovative synergy. So, what we need is, what do our GLCs do? We try to use them as instruments of technological transfer. Pervaja, the biggest, most modern steel mill in the world that did not work. Proton Saga, that took the country for a ride, certainly. In that, it turned out to be such a disaster, we had to sell it to somebody else. So what do our GLCs do then? Since they don't transfer technology, they have gone to real estate, buying over real estate companies that prove themselves to be profitable, buy over plantations that have proved themselves to be profitable, take over hospitals that have proved themselves to be valuable. Basically, they're edging out the private sector. Do we need the government to compete against its own private sector? We should restore GLCs, the remaining ones, to their original purpose. Have them be their justification, there's only one, which is either to provide social services or to be transmission belts for technology from abroad. So that's the first one. Our GLC is, sector is one of the biggest in the world by sector. The second thing is the decentralization he talks about. The decentralization comes back to the question of how should we choose our prime minister? Right now it's election, but how does he come out? There are two ways. One is you are a good minister in the cabinet, just like Mr. Wong in Singapore, and because of his outstanding performance, he edged out Heng Swee Keat, right? So it's competition within the cabinet. Another way of choosing prime minister is you say who are the good regional leaders who have brought growth to their states. Jokowi did well in Surakarta. He moved on to Jakarta, and from Jakarta to the Indonesian presidency. That is the other model. Singapore is too small to have more than one state. So we can understand that. But for Malaysia, if you think back of how the Penang's growth began, Penang's growth began because the prime minister at that time, no, the chief minister, sorry. Chief minister at that time belonged to an opposition party. And Seok Chu, your father, controlled the MCA in Kuala Lumpur. So Lim Chong Yu knew that in order to build the infrastructure and to get FDI, he was not going to get a single cent from the federal government. The only thing he could get is the finger. And so he went outside and invited the FDIs in. That's why Penang's growth started. But thanks to the federal bureaucracy, no Menteri Besar can do that again. The rules have changed on investment. Basically, we need competition among the states. Anyone who's come with a good idea, the other states would copy. This is the model of China, a thoroughly centralized country. But they allow each of the party secretary to run his own economic policy. And the good thing is, you don't need to be very smart, except to recognize a good example when you see it, and you follow it and implement it better. And that's why the whole of China grew. This is fiscal federalism in terms. So the second thing we do besides GLC reform is we need decentralization of the states. And this is actually a good policy to follow now, because we have to recognize that in today's Malaysian politics, some states will always be in the opposition. And the traditional way that we deal with the opposition states is we starve them of funds so that they remain the poorest states in Malaysia. But the more we starve them, the more they remain the opposition. So the government of the whole people should adopt this sensible allotment of financing. Basically, the money should not come from the federal. The federal should collect less, and the state can collect some of the money themselves. That is what the rational thing to do. Everybody got their own wallet. The biggest wallet is, of course, the federal government, because this would then be fair to each of the states so that they are not just starved by the federal government. For example, when in 2008, when I started working at the Penang Institute that Chin Tong started, I found that the budget of the state government was smaller than the budget of University Science Malaysia. Can you even build more than 100 toilets for the workers? Basically, no infrastructure. You can support the local industry. So we need to change that. The third thing that I'd like to change domestically is that Chin Tong talks about technological upgrading. In order to upgrade technologically, as well as to meet the net zero emissions requirement, the firms need to invest. The firms need to change the capital equipment that they have. And if you want to have high wages, workers have to be more productive. And to be more productive, you must have modern machinery. And at the same time, you are educated well enough to be able to operate the new machinery, to be trained to use the new machinery. So financing is very important. The Asian financial crisis, our response to it, guarantee that we will never be able to make that investment. Why? Because what you need are micro firms growing to small firms growing to medium firms growing to big firms. And why are they able to grow? Because they're able to, and they are profitable, they can get the capital to expand. And when to need the new environmental regulations, they can borrow the money to upgrade. That is not possible anymore after the Asian financial crisis. Why? Tun Dan and Tun Mahathir, in response to the Asian financial crisis, consolidated all the 42 banks into 10. Then it has further shrunk to 8. What we know is that small, medium enterprises generally borrow from credit companies and small and medium banks. It is not because small and medium banks like to lend money to small companies. It's because the big companies don't want to borrow from the small, medium banks because they need international services and a whole range of other services. So they borrow only from the big banks. And because they borrow from big banks, the small, medium banks have to cater to the small and medium enterprises. And we kill all of them. And we have not given any license since. The Asian financial crisis is over. We removed the capital controls that we all remember, but we now remove the restriction on small and medium banks. So given the crisis in working capital, this is not investment capital, working capital. Given that crisis, Bakla started the SME Bank. The trouble is, there's no way the government will ever have enough money to finance the investment of the private sector. The private sector has to finance the investment of the private sector. So we need to bring back. Oh, by the way, when I thought about credit companies, they have been regulated out of existence, such as the Bank Negara in 2009 say they are no longer important. We even dropped them off as a category in the statistics. So the small and medium enterprises are truly squeezed. That's why Malaysia has this very funny profile of the distribution of firms. Usually we just look at absolute number. Micro firms, largest number. Small firms, smaller than that, but above. So as you go up the pyramid in size, the numbers go down. It's true for every OECD, every Western European country, true in Korea, Taiwan, Japan. In Malaysia, the number of large firms is larger than the number. I shouldn't say number, proportion. That's the right way, because the absolute number keeps increasing. The proportion of medium firms is smaller than the large firms. That is funny shit. And what is even more amazing is the proportion of medium firms keep on shrinking, the proportion of small firms keep on shrinking, so that we are getting less and less of a pyramid shape. We are getting, well, some people like this chap, that just had, but we have this middle being squeezed. Why? Because they cannot grow. Some optimistic spin is, why are the big firms more up than the medium firms? Because top glove. It started off and it keeps on moving up. That is the exception to the rule, actually. We have more big firms and small firms. Is because, number one, FDI, when they come in, it's not a mom and pop store. And when new industries appear, things like optic fiber, the new hospital services, the existing local conglomerates set up, move into these businesses. So that's why our number of large firms grow. What we need is give the SMEs a chance. Now, that is plugging part of the whole. Now, we have talked about the foreign situation turning possibly antagonistic. The good news is FDI is coming in. But you know what the Americans are doing and drafting? In the future, goods that are exported by by firms with substantial Chinese investment, their goods would not be allowed entry. So not that it's just produced in Malaysia. Who are the owners? It's just not local contents either. So it is not reshipped goods from China. So the FDI comes in, but the moment this kind of rules comes about and the US is able to galvanize its NATO allies who are scared, certainly thoroughly scared about what's happening in Ukraine, they are likely to join in the same kind of trade policy. So the fact then all this FDI would disappear overnight. And what we need to do is to remember, and Tokpa talks about keeping equal distance from the Americans and the Chinese. So it's almost like we are Sangkanchiu, able to play them against each other. That's a good vision to have, but that's quite difficult to do unless we put Tokpa in charge of it. Now, basically, we all know the old picture of two elephants standing in confrontation. When Japan and US and China are buddy-buddy, then we have to do everything they agree on. Basically, when elephants make love, they roll on the ground, the grass gets crushed. If they fight, we get crushed because we are in between. The best is them to stand there just staring at each other. And when they stare at each other, we get presents from both sides. The Chinese gives us RCEP, the American gives us the Indo-Pacific framework, and you look at the South Pacific islands. The Chinese gave them money, so they switch. Then the Americans jumped in and gave them the money, they switch back again. But the important thing is that our duty is ASEAN solidarity to keep the international tensions from rising. What can we do to keep the international tensions from rising? That's a long topic to go on, but basically, ASEAN has to be a unit to combine with the European Union to be able to marginalize Cold War 2.0. Cold War 2.0 is that is causing the breakdown of the world trading system. It's not that the world trading system that we had was wrong, that's why we rejected it. We didn't reject it. It was taken away from us by Cold War 2.0. And the existential threat that we face in environmental action. Why aren't we moving? Because the two of them are too busy trying to think of how can I shoot my rockets to the other side. So what we need is, got to stop the Cold War. And a Cold War, you need proxies, you need allies. If we and the Europeans refuse to ally ourselves, then they would have to join us in what we do in order not to be marginalized themselves. In other words, US and China cannot just fight if the rest of the world is going along on another agenda. And what is that other agenda? That other agenda is the achievement of the SDG program of the United Nations. Global governance, regional governance is what that will save us and marginalize the two main parties in Cold War 2.0. And that, if we do it, we will return to the world where we will have an integrated trade system again. And if we fix the two holes that we talked about, everything will be, I think a good return to the normal, and we'll achieve 6%. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Prof. Dato'. Okay, just now Prof. Dato' said Malaysia lack of professional because many those go to overseas and they didn't come back. So luckily I come back, Prof. Dato'? Yeah. I'm not professional, but at least I come back, okay?
Yeah, Professor.
Oh, okay. Because I think we should open to a question to the floor. All right, we have another half an hour. If anyone have question, yeah, sir? At the back, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, esteemed panel. Okay, you have shared very good information, but one thing that I felt left out, I'm an inventor. My name is Alex Lee. I'm from Omidon. We fall into two things. One, mindset. Our mindset is we are not good enough. Anything comes from the West is good. Whatever we do is second class. Second thing, in our education system, we are taught not to fear. So that it instilled to us the fear of failing. The fear of failing. The best special force in the world, SAS, Britain. You know what is their logo? Who dares win? Who dares win? Okay, we can do the same thing on PR side, or are we ready to change our mindset and our attitude? Not saying, oh, it sounds good, but it's too risky. I don't want to do it. Are we ready for it? And also, it goes down. For example, I was the second guy remote from a request by the C. Okay, my question is, for the government, will they nurture the mindset, a different mindset, that good things can come locally, and as well as willing to evaluate things on merit rather than fear? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Maybe YB? Take more questions. Oh, take more questions first. Okay, so can answer together. All right. Our next question, please.
Can I have one?
Yes, please, sir.
Dr. Farouk Musa, a good friend of Dr. YB Chintong. and of course I know Prof. Wu as well. It's just a quick one. Basically, my question directed to YB Chintong and to Dr. Mustafa. Basically, you talk about this idea about neoliberalism and so on and so forth. But what I see now is that in this Madani concept of economic concept, it's basically a neoliberalism agenda as well. Because if you look at it, because the whole idea is basically taken off from the textbook of IMF and World Bank. So I do not see any difference between what we're talking about from what is being experimented today in this Madani government. And what's the point of talking about percentage, about 5%, about 3%, and so on and so forth, when the people on the ground did not feel any benefit out of this economic achievement that we have. And I think that, like when Datuk Pa mentioned about this rationalization of diesel and so on and so forth, and we have managed to save, millions of ringgit and so on and so forth. But the thing is that, the whole idea of this rationalization of diesel, for example, basically it created a lot of problems in our country, especially with the rise of goods and even the what they call this mamak stores. They issued a statement that saying that they're going to increase the rate of the prices of the food and stuff. So I think that now the most important thing that what can we say that we want to achieve with this new Madani government? What kind of economics that we want? Last point I want to say is that when Tun Dr. Mahathir came to power, right, in 2018, right, the second time he came to power, he established what we call as this Council of Eminent Persons, and there are many what they call groups in this Council of Eminent Persons. Is this institutional reform, religious reform, and so on and so forth. I was in one of those groups. I mean, like he engaged with the people. Now Datuk Mustafa mentioned about engaging with the people, but this current government did not engage with the people at all. Like they're trying to think that the economy is being managed by one person who's the Mr. Formula.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I want to say.
Okay,
yeah?
thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Yes, Prof. Ong. Oh, okay. We have so many. A few.
Hi. Thank you.
So
my question is to Chin Tong. Chin Tong mentioned about federalism. Actually, you talk about decentralization here. Now, my question is that is the country going the right way? Because what we have, the only thing now talking about it is the MA63 Implementation Action Council, which is a tripartite body consisting of the federal government and the governments of Sabah and Sarawak. Now, that is basically assuming in all this renegotiation to implement MA63, all the Malayan states' interests would not be affected. Or otherwise, that the federal government can actually represent the 11 Malayan states. Now, that is assuming that Malaysia is like UK, that Malaya is like England. The point is, England has no regional government of its own, not one, not many. So therefore, whatever negotiation with Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland is the national UK government, right? But over here, are we treating that? And we are getting into situation, even talking about parliamentary representation, that the federal government act as if like it is representing all the 11 states. Should we actually go the other direction to have an intergovernmental committee 2.0 that employs a 1 + 2 + 11 formula? 1, federal government, 2, Sabah and Sarawak, 11, the Malayan state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Wong. We have, sir? Yeah. This one.
Good afternoon. My name is Anand. I just wonder, could we have a fiscal policy where, Chitong, I'm here. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. where disrupted, okay, where the fiscal policy will look onto technology as center, where there will be a contribution from every business entity. When they achieve a profit threshold, they have to contribute to central mechanism with a matching grant, could be in terms of percentage from the government, so that the transformation really works. Now we are just talking, things are not moving. And this bank could later disperse intelligently so that the technology transformation really works in the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one more last question. Oh, okay. Right. We have, okay, we can take two more, then we have to, yeah? One more. All right, okay. Okay, all right. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Tan Siok Chu. I'm from United Malacca, Berhad, which was established in 1910. Okay. Now, because of my family's involvement in agriculture, I've always been interested in research. And I agree with YB Liu that the bedrock of agriculture is R&D. Okay. Years ago, I came across a paper that said that by a Malaysian researcher that said it was possible to reduce the maturity period of rubber from 6 years to 4 years. And this would have made it more competitive with palm oil. So when I met the DG of RRI, I said, why haven't you done anything with this paper? It's by a Malaysian researcher.
Yeah.
And her answer was very simple. The Prime Minister is not interested in agriculture. He was starved of funds. My question, therefore, is the Madani government willing and able to change that and fund the agricultural research institutions much more meaningfully?
All right, thank you very much. So YB, you have a lot of to. Okay. We have the. YB want to have the last word.
Well, I'm very happy that more than one question was asked, because then each of us could pick the question that makes us look best. What Tan Siok Chu said about agriculture technological innovations is true. GNP consists of agriculture, industry, and services. If you look at the number of patents that are issued and the technological advances, the rise in productivity, agriculture is number one. But agriculture has stopped being an engine of growth, even though it's technologically the most dynamic. Why? Why is the technologically most dynamic sector not leading the growth? Because there are two types of agriculture. One type of agriculture is that you supply inputs to a manufacturing process. The other one is food, especially food related. When people get richer, they buy more industrial goods. In fact, the percentage of industrial goods and services that you demand when your income goes up rises by a bigger percentage by your rising income. But the amount of food you eat doesn't change very much as your income goes up. The way in which you eat your food changes. You go up to a restaurant instead of cooking yourself. But the total amount of rice that is consumed really doesn't change. So that's an intrinsic reason why the most dynamic part of the economy is also not the engine of growth of advanced economies. But nevertheless, the technological improvements are important because they free up the workers to go to other sectors. And that is the one answer to why they're not paying attention. But it is true, we should have paid a lot more attention. For example, why haven't we developed a durian drink for the world? No, I'm serious. Most of food comes from developing new food products of a higher value added. The same product, but sold into a wider market. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Dato. Then Dato Mustafa, maybe you can add on.
Many questions, I think, have been directed to YB Chintong. Yeah, I used to be doing these things those days. It's your turn now. But anyway, I deal with some. I'm just an outside observer. I think it's true. I mean, this colonial mindset, giving a lot of deference to foreign ideas, and no respect for local talent. I think. Israel, yeah. First, what is real is real. We acknowledge the fact that, but we're moving slowly towards, this new era where local talent is being recognized. Yeah? So it is true, yeah. We have to do more to encourage local innovation. As you know, we've been in this middle-income trap. They say you have investments, you have infusion of investments, and innovation. That's the next step. Yeah. Korea moved out of the income trap when they innovated, recognition, the Hyundai, the Samsung, we have Petronas, we don't have too many, yeah? And we have outstanding agriculture companies, KIY, yeah? But when it comes to manufacturing, it's got to be Intel, semiconductor. So we have to develop our homegrown enterprises, especially manufacturing. This is what NSS is trying to do, the National Semiconductor Strategy, design, research and development, yeah? So we're moving towards that, but we need good universities. We need the best brains. And there's a correlation between the performance of a country and the quality of universities. The better universities you have, yeah, the better talent you have, the more the chance of you graduating to be a developed country. So those are my general comments on the first question. On this issue of GDP and yeah, that's a general perception. Yes, okay, 5.3% in the third quarter. 5.2% first 9 months of 2023, 2024, and probably 5% in 5.5% 2025. But people are asking, what is there for me? Yeah, I don't even get 1%. So it is an issue of communication. Yeah, GDP, as you know, is a macro number, and now they're talking about beyond GDP, about welfare, human development index, access to education. In China, they have 2 guarantees, 2 must-have and 3 guarantees. The 2 must-haves are food and clothing, and the 3 guarantees are education, healthcare, housing. So we might have to, redesign the way we measure progress and advancement. But the main thing, I think, is communication. Sometimes, we might not be communicating effectively. I mean, we tend to wag our own tail and, be engaging in self-praise and all. I think it's important to communicate better. I think it is a fact that sometimes we fail in communicating. Some of the good numbers, investments, okay, so what? 250 billion last year, yeah, in the last 3-4 years, a lot higher than the last 40 years. Yes, but what is there for me? YB Chintong. So the issue is, how do you tell the people how I benefit in terms of jobs? I come from Kelantan. Many Kelantanese work in the Klang Valley. They work in Penang. Yeah. So those are the kind of things you have to translate into situation terms that they understand. Yeah, it benefits them, their children. The other is diesel. Yeah, it could have been. I think that's why I think, in my view, I'm talking as an outside observer. This RON 95 has been tackled differently, yeah, with more care. What you call in phased-in removal of. I mean, subsidies are good. Yeah, and subsidies are required, but they are meant only for certain groups of people, especially the rich. So, but the way it is done, of course, this mamak stall, I mean, that's the reality on the ground. So that's why, in my view, there's got, as much as you talk about the big picture, you're doing well, it is equally important. I'm not saying that, the big picture is not important. Growth is important, inflation is important. I mean, low inflation, unemployment, gradual unemployment. But you have to, it is equally important to look at the small things in life, the drains, yeah, the flooding, yeah, the bus fares, the medical insurance, yeah, mamak stall, yeah. They've been saying, yeah, those days, you go to, unfortunately, I think Sunway subsidized meals here are very cheap, yeah, compared to some other places. So these are the realities of life. So the fact is, there's nothing that you do which will not result in some pain. Pain, is a must. But how you manage the pain, how you ensure that you take care of those adversely affected, especially the very poor. So that's the job of governments, to make sure that there's enough cash transfers, to alleviate the plight of the B40 or the very poor in the country. And it's got to be perceived as fair, that's important. The perception is also important. So people, I mean, it's not easy to please everyone, but for as long as you can please the biggest number of people in Malaysia, the government will be able to do a better job in terms of at this level of confidence. In any government, any country wants to have the highest level of confidence. So to gain the trust, so that there's no trust deficit. Communication is important. The way you do it, the way you face in, the way you bring about reforms, including subsidies, the way you do it is equally important. I mean, it's something that's got to be done, but the way it is done is sometimes more important than what you want to do. So those are some general remarks from an outsider. Over to you.
Okay. Thanks, Dato'. Now all the fireballs go to the YB. All right. So please, YB.
Thank you, Prof. First of all, I don't think I was trying to defend any record. What I'm trying to say is that there is a need for a massive paradigm shift in the way we think. I'm not saying that we have done it fully. It's a long journey, and shifting paradigm is tough. So what I've said is generally what I think should happen, but it will take time. I urge all Malaysians to think that this is an opportunity for us to set the directions into the future. But the day-to-day operationalizing what we want to do is really not an easy job. In terms of engagement, Dr. Farouk, I think maybe Rafizi did not engage you, but there are many other engagements, including this one, that actually happened. And we are trying to find ways to build a different future compared to what we have experienced. There are a few items I thought deserve some attention. First, jobs. Professor Wing talks about the what they call migration of brain drain. Ultimately, why people leave? It has nothing to do with anything else other than, of course there are many other factors, but fundamentally it is pay. Fundamentally it is pay. And fundamentally we will have to accept that the Malaysian labor market and the Singapore labor market is one single labor market. Okay? Now I'm saying this not just as a joke, but seriously. Every 3 trained engineer will leave for Singapore after 3 years. Okay? Up until 2022, fresh grad engineer pay in Penang, our most advanced technology center, was only about 2005. Because I suspect among the HR managers of FDI companies, they must have talked to each other. I'm not accusing them as forming a cartel. But because of the disruption, the new investment that came in over the last 2 years, now you talk to any fresh grad in Penang, if they are engineers, if they get into any of the what they call semiconductor-related companies, most likely they get paid 4,000, 4,500, 5,000 as fresh grads. So this is what have changed over the last 2 years, but only in a specific sector. Ultimately, we will have to reverse the relationship between Malaysian workers and Singapore workers. It is not that it has to be one-to-one, but we will have to create a scenario where Malaysian employers at some point will have to accept that paying 2/3 of Singapore pay or anything moving towards 2/3 of Singapore pay is something that they have to do. Once you reach that level, then there will be I think there will be very little brain drain. Because as long as Malaysian workers feel that they can earn double around or at least 2/3 of Singapore pay, they won't have to leave. And that is something that I think we'll have to work towards. and we will have to tighten the inflow of unskilled foreign labor. We have to make it more expensive for companies to hire foreign workers, but at the same time, give the carrots so that when they invest in automation technology, they get a lot more incentive compared to now. I think these are the things that we are trying to work on. The government is trying to decide on the exact formula for multi-tier levy. There are a lot of debates within the government on how to do it, but ultimately it is about trying to make it more expensive to hire foreign workers and make it easier to automate and cheaper to automate when you compare the both. And of course, we need to create a lot more high-paying jobs that we eventually will match pay in Singapore. On R&D and on foreign investment, if you follow the national semiconductor strategy closely, at the core of it, the Prime Minister said that we want to create 10 Malaysian companies that are above $1 billion US revenue, and we want to create 100 Malaysian semiconductor companies or semiconductor-related companies that are above 1 billion ringgit within the next 10 years. Never before that any government document putting creation of major Malaysian companies at the center, especially when it comes to semiconductor. I would say that before this, the Malaysian government sees semiconductor industry as the FDI-driven sector. But today, we are basically saying that we need FDI, but we need FDI to propel Malaysian technology company. Now, what we are having now is not ideal, because while we have many semiconductor companies, there is a lot of vertical integration, but there is very little horizontal linkages. There's very little horizontal linkages and diffusion of technology. I give you an example. Quite a few of our semiconductor industries are actually producing automotive chips. I went to a meeting in Detroit. Gina Raimondo, US Commerce Secretary, said that when Malaysia locked down during COVID, General Motors had to stop production in Detroit. But the semiconductor companies in Malaysia has no connection with the automotive industry in Malaysia. They do not engage in horizontal linkages. And this is where I think we have to change that. And we are trying to change that. I'll give you an example. WeTrox, which is a semiconductor equipment company, Shock Chu talked about agriculture research. WeTrox is now trying to use their technology of visual inspection to develop a farm robot to plant vegetable. Now we want to see, so Pentamaster is venturing into medical devices. We want to see a lot more Malaysian technology companies and also the FDI that are already here, creating horizontal linkages so that the semiconductor industry is not just semiconductor industry, not just serving global market, but also creating technology in Malaysia that serve Malaysian missions as well as the needs of our region as well. So that, I mean, these are happening, but it's happening at a slow pace. It's just starting. On the question of GDP, I'm not GDP fetish, and I'm not saying that GDP is the only indication. However, if you grow by 6%, you double the size of GDP within 11 years. You grow by 5.5%, you double GDP size in 15 years. There is a difference. So you still have to go back to the questions of GDP as one of the many measurements in order to grow that. And if you are able to double the size of the GDP, and if you are also able to put in strong labor and domestic policies to distribute better, then the size of increasing welfare and well-being of the people will be higher. So GDP is still an indication and an important part of the indication. But of course, we still need to deal with the structural problem. We have financialized housing. So housing becomes a financial product, and the provision of public or the involvement of public sector in in the provision of housing that is not necessarily profit-oriented is very little. We do not provide enough public transport. We do not provide enough public healthcare, or the healthcare has been dualistic. So the private sector charge very high, the public sector is not delivering fast enough. All these are difficult challenges that we will have to deal with in order to build a better society. So when it comes to diesel subsidy, I openly say that I'm all for removing diesel subsidy, because the theft is just crazy, especially in diesel. But when it comes to RON 95, I have a slightly different line from the official government line. I think in the long run, so I'm speaking as Liu Chintong now. Actually, I'm speaking as Liu Chintong throughout. But I'm speaking as myself. I don't want to speak for the government per se. But I think at some point we will have to realize that there is a climate element in our usage of oil. We used to be oil exporting country. We are now a net importer of oil, because everyone drives a car. So we will have to think about this. Number one, wherever EV can replace ICE car, we will have to do it. Wherever buses can replace driving of car during peak hours, we will have to try to find ways to do it. Not easy. Depriving you cars is difficult. So at the least, at some point, we will have to start deprive people or make people pay more to drive during peak hours so that you even out the traffic. But this is also difficult. This transition is difficult. You will get scolding from the people. Number three, we will have to think of reorganizing our city so that young people, when they grow up, they don't have to think about owning a house far away from KL, but they can go back to stay in the inner cities. But we must provide rental housing in inner city so that young people say, if I work in 118, I can stay in Bukit Bintang, or stay in Pudu, stay in a rented housing, middle class rental housing. All these are difficult questions that conversations are happening, but changes is tough, because it involves, for example, making you pay more during peak hours. No one wants to do it. No politicians wants to do it because they don't want to get scolding by you. But at some point, these are questions that we will have to deal with now or next year or year. I mean, at some point, these are questions that we will have to face. Finally, on Chin Hua's questions about federalism, I don't want to go exactly into 1 + 2 + 11 because there are many structures within the government. For example, Majlis Kerajaan Tempatan and many other organizations within the system of the government. The 13 states are given equal representation. The 13 chief ministers or whoever are given equal representation. But I understand where you're coming from. I think ultimately, when it comes to federalism, we will have to, at some point, take the cue from the ecological finance transfer, EFT, to rethink our model. Because at the moment, the financial or fiscal model that we created in the 1957 and 1963 Constitution was at that time reasonably fair. Because at that time, income tax comes to federal, what they call land and natural resources goes to the state. When we did not industrialize, that was reasonably a fair deal. But when we industrialized and when the economy diversified, federal income is so much more than state income. And unfortunately, the state only can sell reclamation rights. So in states where they have no money, they sell reclamation rights. In states where they have no money, they sell balak, they sell timber. In states where now people are trying to sell mining rights. And otherwise, they sell developmental rights. These are actually, developmental rights actually in many ways sprawl the city, which is not good for climate. So for the purpose of more fiscal balance between federal and states, but also for a climate, with a climate perspective, we will have to rework our federal-state relationship. So we have to rework the fiscal relationship so that the state do not rely on reclamation rights. The state do not rely on their revenue from developmental rights, from timber, from mining, but they rely on economic growth. So that we will have to revisit how to share income taxes and sharing responsibility. For example, healthcare. Can the state manage healthcare, or can some more developed states manage healthcare altogether, taking away from federal? So that equations has to happen. Sunway is welcome to do more conference on that. Thank you.
Right, thank you to all the panels and audience. All right, thank you very much, YB, Datuk Mustafa, and Prof. Datuk Wu, and thank you to the audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear panel. I request you to stand together for a group photo, please. And for all the audience, we have lunch served outside, just outside the hall. And we will be returning for the last session at 2 p.m. Welcome back after the lunch, everyone. Now we will be having our closing panel of the wonderful AWST 2025. Closing discussions often represent a sense of relief as it follows hours of intense deliberation, innovative thinking, and active listening. However, it also embodies a sense of excitement to analyze the impact of the discussions that has been existing for the past 2 days, and a curiosity to see what's ahead in the sustainability paradigm. And dear audience, I believe there is no better panel to exemplify this encapsulation of emotions than the concluding panel of the AWST 2025. And the panel is on moving the SDG agenda forward in ASEAN. And I kindly invite our moderator for the session, Professor Emeritus Ulung Dato Dr. Wu Wing Tai, the Vice President for Asia of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and University Chair Professor of Liaoning University, to the stage.
Welcome. I thank you for staying until the very end. And it is because the best is reserved at the end. So there's one strong missing element in everything we've talked about. We talk about getting rich, which is what Liu Jintong's session was about. We talk about protecting the animals, which is what Maslin's section and Jatna's section were about, the science panel. We talk about saving the planet by fighting climate change, which is what the Asian Green Future was about. And but yet we neglect half of the world's population. We never talk about SDG 5, which is the gender equality. So let me start the session by asking Tan Sri, Professor Emerita Tan Sri Sharifah Hapsa, the following question, which is, as the President of the National Council of Women of Malaysia and a member organization of the ASEAN Confederation of Women's Organization, what are your thoughts on the progress of women in ASEAN, in particular, the progress towards SDG 5?
Thank you, Professor Wu. I think we can take pride in some of the achievements, like in education and health. But I think we are very far off in terms of equality and the real empowerment of women. Women are educated, they have better health, but all this achievement, this is not translated into the economic opportunities or benefits. And so we find women all over ASEAN, the participation of women in the workforce is less than men. And this is, I think, not good for the achievement of all SDGs, because women in the workforce and their contribution to the economy is very important for us to raise our GDP and to have better income. In fact, in Malaysia, our female participation rate is only about 56%. And it is estimated that if we just raise it to 60%, and that's the target of the government, you can raise GDP by 8% and increase the income by 26%. But we have been stagnating. We have not been moving. So there is a reason. There must be a reason why this is happening. Why are women not in the workforce when they're so educated and they're also healthy? There are women, they're working, but they're in the informal sector. They're earning low wages. The gender gap is still there. But we're far from equality in terms of economic opportunities. And this is happening across ASEAN. Of course, you talked ASEAN yesterday, you talked about women in managerial roles, but women in managerial roles is not static, you know. Women join the workforce, but they leave around the age of 30 when they start having children. And so you see a decline. And that's the pool is very small for them to go into the managerial positions. And we are stuck in this. So that's, I think, the status. It doesn't look good. Our Human Development Index, if you look, we are way behind in economic opportunities and political representation. We are doing well in health and education. But we want it to be translated into the workplace.
Of course, like you say, there is something that's keeping them, something that's excluding them, something that's marginalizing them. And I'm sure you are unlikely to have a complete picture on all the different things. What do you see as some of the reasons that explain such a great disparity in participation in the labor force?
Yes, this gap is, we all know it. We've done studies. Talent Corp did a study even and found it's the common reason. Women drop out of the workforce because they have to look after a young child, they have to look after elderly parents, or sometimes there's a special needs child, especially now with the rise in autism spectrum disorders. You know, if you go to your workplace at a meeting and you have women there, you just ask, how many of you have got a child with autism or a relative? At least 2 hands will come up. So it's right, and this takes a toll on the woman because care has been seen as a woman's job. It is not a distributed duty. The woman, even if she works, when she goes home, she has to take on the care responsibilities at home. In fact, studies have shown women do 76% or something like that, two-thirds of the care work compared to men. Yeah? I'm not complaining about this. Care is very important. Care is very basic. But what we need to do is to redistribute this care, not let it be the responsibility of just one person, just a woman. And the answer to that is to look at care very, very intensively, and how can we help? Because care, as a basic human need, is something that we cannot just disregard. We have more elderly now. Our population is aging, so care becomes more and more, the need for care. So we really need to look at how we can address this, and we need a proper functioning care system. Because inefficient care system is the one that's keeping women out of the workforce. So we need to look at this and how can we have a resilient and sustainable care system that will retain women in the workforce, in fact, create jobs for women and for youth, and also relieve the government of the burden of having, because the government cannot take care of everyone. Not in Malaysia, at least. We don't have the tax system to support this. Yeah, and so I think one of the things we need to look at is developing and sustaining and helping the growth of the care industry, the care economy. It's a very important area. I think if we look at it, I think we're going to answer a lot of the other SDGs. It's going to address the other SDGs, poverty and so on. And I think this is where we need to, because it's unaccounted for. Women are doing it, not paid, or if they're paid in the informal sector, very poorly paid, and it's not a safe job sometimes, and it's not accounted for in the economy. And it's been shown that where it's been accounted for, next to the US and China, this is the third largest economy, if we do a proper accounting. And I think it's the World Economic Forum that says that I think 40% of future jobs will be in the care sector. So this is very important. It's not just to help the women, but to make the country more prosperous. So
Thank you.
Maybe we should talk about the care in the economy in a short while.
Yes. Well, Jeff, you would of course be fully cognizant of the great inequality that exists. And Tan Sri Sharifah has highlighted the absence of support systems for the priorities, social priorities which women have to take on. Like the mothers, dare not trust their children to poorly run daycares, what do you call it, storage houses. So what about the economics of it? So first talk about the progress, and then talk about what kind of financing for a poor country. Not poor, we are not poor, for a middle income country to fund that.
Thank you. I thought when you were trying to figure out what is it that's holding the women back, I thought the answer was men. Just a simpler answer. That is the other side of the inequality. And maybe one part of it that's interesting is one of the indicators of SDG 5 is the proportion of women in the parliament, because this is something that one can measure across countries systematically. And it's interesting, throughout this region, it's actually very low. And I don't have the most up-to-date number because I'm looking at a 2020 list, but throughout all the ASEAN countries, the top, I think, in this list a few years ago was Vietnam, around 25%, and Malaysia is around 14%, I think even lower right now, maybe around 11% today. The United States is on the low side. Interestingly, Japan and Korea way down also. So it is a regional phenomenon, culture, region, not necessarily only an economic question, because there are a lot of very high income countries in the list that have very, very low women's representation. And probably that has its own, not only a reflection of this reality, but also a cause. If the men are writing all the laws, you're not going to get the care economy written exactly the way that would be conducive. In the U.S., when we have done better, not in that area, because women's representation in Congress remains quite low in the U.S. National government as well as the state governments. But in education, things are opened up, and now women are way ahead of their counterparts in actually graduating university, completing quality degrees, and so forth. So the men are struggling to keep up with the women in this regard. But no doubt the economy and the society would work much better if there's more progress made. And when we rate the Sustainable Development Goal progress, Malaysia is in the middle of the pack, basically. It's not at the top end where you would expect it, one of the reasons for that is SDG 5, because Malaysia shows up not in a very high score on the gender equality. The other place where Malaysia is lower than one would expect is in all the environmental side, because while we've had very good talks in the last day on cleaning up the environment, decarbonizing the energy system, and so forth, the actual progress on the ground is not present yet.
Thank you, Jeff. As you can, first let me apologize. Let me convey apology from ASEAN Secretary General Kao Kim Un for his absence on stage. He has there's a medical reason that he's unable to be here with us today. So representing the ASEAN Secretary General is a senior officer working at the ASEAN Secretariat from Malaysia, Mr. Ahmad Safarullah. Let me ask the questions. Let me now start broadening the discussion. What do you think about the general progress on the SDGs in the region?
Thank you for the questions. Yeah. Again, I would like to convey the regret of our Secretary General for not being able to be here. But again, as to the questions, I think before I start, I think I have to make a point that ASEAN as a regions, I think we are just complementing whatever our member states are doing at the national level. So our initiative are not there to replace or to do more than what national government can do at the domestic level. But then when it comes to progress of the SDGs at the ASEAN level, I think my Secretary General has quite comprehensively discussed on the progress that has been made, and then what are the initiatives that we have undertaken in order for us to complement whatever the domestic level initiative that have been put in place. But just let me share with you some of the progress that we have made. I think when it comes to economic growth, I think it is important for us to look at how economic growth would be able to contribute to most of the goals that we have set for ourselves in the SDGs, because I think on the issues of poverty, for example, so I think the eradications of poverty would necessarily be contingent on the capabilities of our member state to generate sufficient economic growth. And I think in that sense, ASEAN has done quite well. When we look at the growth of the regions, I think we have surpassed what have been achieved by most of the region in most part of the world. I think on average we have achieved around 4 to 5% growth over the past few years. And like I mentioned earlier, this would obviously trickle down to how we manage to eradicate poverty and then create job opportunities for the populations in the region. And then if you look at indicators such as on the issues of health or education, I think Tan Sri mentioned quite well just now that when it comes to all these health indicators, for example, on the issues of stunting or wasting, I think we have achieved quite well. But then if you were to look deeper into the issues, then we may see some disparities across the regions. And then even if you look deeper into the indicator itself, for example, on the issues of wasting, I think we still have more than 4 million children that are still affected by these issues. And on the issues of stunting, I think even though we have made some progress, but then it's still affecting more than 15 million kids across the region. And then because of COVID, it didn't help. So it kind of like affect the progress that had been earlier. And on education, again, if you look at the broader pictures, obviously it gave us a very good progress. But then at the same time, if you look deeper, then we may notice that there are still room for improvement. For example, we know that based on the estimates done by UNESCO's, there are still around 12 million children and youth that are still out of school. And then due to COVID, we still need to see how we can come up with strategies for us to reintegrate those children that are being dropped out during the pandemic. I think on other aspects that we have made quite a lot of progress is in terms of energy and climate change. I think ASEAN, we have set for ourselves a target in terms of what kind of energy intensity and the type of, the renewable energy target that we want to achieve. So in that sense, we have achieved the 21% of energy intensity reduction, as well as 13.9% renewable energy share in our total primary energy supply. So this has been achieved. But then we are not stopping there. I think I had the discussion with Dato' just now on one of the major initiatives that we are currently pursuing that has been there for quite a while, which is ASEAN Power Grid. Because we believe in the importance of tapping into the potential, the huge potential of energy supply in the region. But then I think those energy supplies are not, distributed equally across the region. So they are part of the regions where there's a lot of energy supply, and then it is important that we tap into this energy supply, not only just to generate energy, but also to contribute to our renewable energy targets. So I think there's a lot of progress that has been made. I think recently, just to share that we have managed to bring in the World Bank as well as the ASEAN Development Bank, because as you may understand, energy is such a huge infrastructure project, so it requires a lot of funding. So we are in discussions with the World Bank and the ASEAN Development Bank for them to provide the appropriate funding for us to move forward on this particular agenda. I'm not sure. Do I still have time to? Okay.
Thank you for stopping. That's very considerate of you.
Okay, just to touch a little bit, because I think Tan Sri mentioned a little bit just now on the importance of care economy. I think ASEAN has also recognized the importance of care economy, and then both paid and unpaid. So just to share that in 2021, during Brunei Chairmanship, we have launched the ASEAN framework on care economy. Obviously, these are just a framework, but I think what's more important is how we come up with a concrete initiative for us to implement this framework. So I think we look forward to work with experts such as Tan Sri so that we can come up with a concrete initiative for us to make sure that we achieve what we want to achieve through this framework.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me now convey another apology, this time from Tan Sri Sir Jeffrey Chia, who is not well. And so we're very lucky that he was able to persuade Ong Pang Yen, who is the Director of Sustainability at Sunway Group, to be here. So let me ask the tough questions. I was going to get the chance to ask tough questions of my boss. So this is the occasion. Well, you know, Tan Sri has certainly made Sunway Group a model corporation for philanthropy and sustainability in Southeast Asia. For example, in 2016, he established the Jeffrey Sachs Center for Sustainable Development, and 2021 start housing the SDSN Asia headquarters here. Now, a corporation is required by competition. I mean, its fiduciary duty is to maximize returns to the shareholders. So somehow, in this case, you have done very well from doing good. So I would like to know what are the challenges of incorporating SDG considerations into the business strategy and decision-making processes at the Sunway Corporation. Oh, no, it's not on.
Okay, Thank you, Prof. Wu, for apologizing on my behalf that I'm here. I'm also thank all of you for not looking too disappointed. I'm not Tan Sri Sir Jeffrey Chia. He really tried to be here until about 12 noon. He called and finally said, you know, he has lost his voice. He can't be with all of you. So here I am, all right? I was actually going through the panels, you know, yesterday and today. I was enjoying myself, sitting down there, having so much fun. I can tell you it's very different. Yeah, the fun is over. Up here, it's so different. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for having me. Sunway is a public listed company, it's a corporation, it's doing a business. So as far as the sustainability agenda, you know, where we are concerned, we look at it from two different perspectives. One is the sustainability of the company. Sunway just celebrated, we just celebrated our 50th anniversary. Not many companies can last 50 years. We must have done something right. We must have stayed relevant, you know, for 50 years. Yeah. Thank you. So, you know, as Prof. Wu alluded to, we need to be relevant to our shareholders. That means we continue to be profitable, and to be profitable, to be relevant, you know, we need to know what's happening and adapt to the changes in the world. Now, the second perspective, of course, is the bigger and wider perspective, you know, on the 17 SDGs. Our chairman has always said, you know, he really do want to make this world a better place, you know, for everyone. He's the chancellor of Sunway University, and he always tells us that he feels very gratified when he hand out these scrolls to the young students to see the faces of the proud parents, the accomplishment of the children. You know, and all parents want a good future for their children, isn't it? We plan and we prepare, we save to make sure they have a good future. So why not, as a corporation, as leaders, you know, we also leave behind a better future for future generations. So that's actually his driving motto. He wants to be able to do, make a positive difference. Now, he grew up in Pusing, a very small tin mining town in Perak, if I may. All right, and in Pusing, he grew up after the after the Second World War during the Japanese occupation. So he has seen a lot of misery, a lot of poverty in Pusing, and he told himself back then, that's what we hear from him, that he really wants to make a difference, to change all this, you know, to be able to see happiness in people's faces. And he knew education is the best route out of poverty. It gives people the opportunity, it puts their destiny in their own hands if you have good education. And that's why you see today Sunway is very much involved in education, you know, accessible, affordable, quality education. So that's, you know, one of the aspirations that he has. The second thing that he observed in Pusing, which is a tin mine, is all the scarred face, you know, left behind by tin mines. Again, at that young age, even, you know, he feels like, you know, having taken so much minerals and riches from Mother Earth, to abandon them is not right, it's not ethical. So he has that ambition to, you know, to reclaim, rejuvenate, rehabilitate tin mines. And, you know, given the opportunity here where we are today, Sunway City, KL, you look at it, 20, 30, about 40 years ago, nothing grows here. It's just barren, like a moonscape. But today it's a thriving city. I'm saying this because, you know, being a public listed company, you know, we are highly regulated by regulatory bodies like the stock exchange, like Securities Commission. And a lot of time, the sustainability agenda, you know, like ESG, is forced upon companies. You have to do it. It's a compliant requirement. All right? And Tan Sri Wahid will say, you know, if you don't do ESG, Tan Sri Wahid is the chairman of Bursa, nobody will invest in you. Okay? So it is like an external pressure being put on companies, public listed companies, for example, to comply. what I want to say here is that as far as Sunway is concerned, the sustainability agenda is not driven, by compliance requirements. Tan Sri Jeffrey has always said that, we do it because it is the right thing to do. So it's anchored on values. It's anchored on purpose, ethics. Even if Busa no longer have that requirement, Sunway will continue with the sustainability agenda to do what is right, to make this place a better place for all. I'll stop here, and perhaps later, if we have time, I'll share with you what Sunway is actually doing in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Pang Yen. For the folks who are handling the mic, there's a slight buzzing sound for a while. Oh, that's done. Thank you. Tan Sri Sharifah, you had identified the lack of care for the young and for the aged to explain why a lot of highly educated women are not working. Is there, do you have any suggestions for what the government could do, programs, initiatives to greatly increase both the quantity and quality of the provision of care to children and aged?
Yeah, thank you. First, before I go into that, I want to say that we don't have many Sunways like you. So I think Datuk Tan Sri Wahid's getting them to comply to the ESG principles, I think, is a very good idea. We need some external as well, because I think these intrinsic values that some corporations don't feel it yet. I think now they're beginning to employ sustainability officers, and that's already a good sign. So I think we hope to see more women sitting in the boards and so on when they look into the people issues of the ESGs. Coming back to your question, it's good that we have the ASEAN framework for the care, but as you say, it's a framework. So countries have to translate this into actions. We've had several seminars actually on the care industry, and we've identified some issues. I would say these are like the 3 S. The first S is the caregiver itself, the standardization and the professionalization of the caregiver. Like you said, you just don't want to send your child to any, what was the word you used? I can't remember. Store.
Child storage.
Yeah, you know, some of
Child storage facility.
Some of the places you send them to are really like stores. And, you know, there have been reports of child abuse and so on, and, you know, no standards of care. So what we really need to do is really look at the caregiver, standardizing. I think you need regulatory reforms. We don't even have proper regulations to look at the standards of education, the certification of the caregivers, what qualifications do they need, and also the industry standards. There are so many industries for care, from elderly to child to the special needs. But where are the standards of care? So we need to have this. The first S is the standards of care, and the caregiver itself. Who are they? In this country, we don't know. I mean, our laws, they're not factory workers, they're not domestic workers. We do have laws for that, but they are not this. So we do need to look into the laws as well, into regulatory reforms. The second S, I would think, would be the social entrepreneurship. We must encourage the growth of the entrepreneurship in this industry, in this care economy. And it's not just care of the elderly or care of children or care of the infirm or special needs. but also to look at the industry that will reduce the household burden, redistribute that. And also to look into the incentives to be given for the use of technology. I think technology has to be used in this industry, in the care industry, because I think what people look forward to is care in their home, their own home, but they're still connected to a health facility, for example, and this is available. But we need to look at how the investment can be done, the funding that can be done, the incentives for the industries to use more technology, more digital platforms. And that's why, and that's funding and so on comes in. I think we have to think very deeply about how it's to be done. And I think the third S is I think it's the statistics. We actually lack data to make decisions. And the first thing that we need to do is, what is the contribution of the care work that people are doing to the economy? We don't even know that. I think it's big. In the countries that have done this, it is like 20% of the GDP. It's even bigger than the financial and the agriculture sector. And so we need to find that. We need to do this accounting and find the true, do a true accounting. What is it when you take into consideration the unpaid care work? So I think these three, and if you do, if the ministries, maybe Ministry of Economy, maybe they can do matchmaking with investors, with the business, to see how this industry can grow, the industries can grow. And please go on. Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying something to me. So I think if we look at making it more productive, formalizing the care industries, I think we will make a good start to address the deficiencies in the SDG 5, to have more equality for women, to have power over their own bodies, to have the ability to make decisions. You know, they can exercise their rights.
Good. Thank you, Tan Siri. Jeff, you and I are economists, and when economists discuss things, they like to think of there's a profit motive behind something. That's why people are acting. But people are not just greedy, money-grubbing individuals. Like, some people need to have ESG imposed upon them, but some people just want to do it. So I think we have come to a situation where we have to be much more explicit and also be clearer to ourselves about the philosophical values behind SDGs, rather than, if we don't do it, climate change will kill us. It's always very self-serving behavior. So why don't you tell us your thoughts on this question?
Let me start out with doing well by doing good, because I think there is a basic point. You can definitely make money by doing bad, by the way. So there's no doubt. I don't want to oversell doing well by doing good, but there's a market niche for being a good business and doing good for the world. And on a broad point, it's interesting. I was actually asked this morning the question, what's the trade-off of economic growth and environmental protection? And a lot of, I think, naive politicians in the United States, for example, said, why should we do this green energy transformation? That's bad for business. We're going to lose money. Doesn't make sense. We're not going to do it. And you could argue that this is nasty, short-sighted, and so on. What's interesting for me is that China viewed this question 10 years ago and said, we're going to have to go to a zero carbon economy. We're going to have to develop renewable energy. We're going to have to go to electric vehicles and so forth. And without all of that debate that we had in the United States, is this profitable, not profitable, why should we do this? China went ahead and invested heavily in these technologies, especially the technologies we've been talking about in the last sessions. So China became the low-cost producer of the low-carbon energy sources. China became the low-cost producer of electric vehicles. China became the low-cost producer of many of the digital technologies. Now, the United States businesses are saying, you have to protect us. China's flooding us with those goods. And the fact of the matter is that choosing the sustainable development course turned out to be very good business for China in making its technological choices. Delaying that decision, as the United States has done, and as President Trump will continue to do, by the way, because he'll want to do more drilling and more fossil fuels and so forth, and delay the electric vehicle adoption and so on. And as the Europeans did, because also the European car makers said, oh, we don't want to do that, that's going to be expensive. So Mercedes and Daimler-Benz and Volkswagen now are begging for protection again from China. Now, what will the outcome of all of this be? The outcome will be that the ones that invested early and in the right direction, because they knew that was the way the world economy had to go, of course are going to end up reaping very large economic benefits from that. And those who are fighting defensively right now and putting on tariffs and so on, maybe they'll make trade wars, but they'll never benefit in the long term from that because they won't be the competitive producers. All of this is to say the idea that there is a deep trade-off, either we grow or we protect the environment, either we go for fossil fuels or we do the nice thing and so on. This is not the right way to look at any of these issues. The Sustainable Development Goals are not just a list of nice things to do. They're a list of things that we really need to do in the sense of our futures depending on it. And when you asked, is it selfish to say we should change energy systems because it'll protect us? That's actually what ethics is about. Ethics isn't a set of rules that are just punishment, or they shouldn't be. The idea of ethics in the classical sense is these are principles to have a good life. Not that these are punishments that you have to do and that will keep you from a good life, but rather do these things because they're the right thing to do to lead to long-term well-being. I would say the one basic point of ethics is that it is delayed gratification in general with ethics. It's don't grab at the first thing that glitters or the quick money making, but look to the longer term, because we need to look to the longer term for ourselves and for our children and so on. That, to my mind, is the basic question of ethics, which is what direction should we be going for the long term, not what short-term grab should we make. When you look at a personality like our incoming president, the Greeks had a word for it called akratia, which means not a lot of self-control, actually. They had a different word for it, enkratia, which means you have self-control and you're going for the long-term good. And our president, whatever his other strengths at deal making or whatever it might be, doesn't go for the long term so much. And this, I think, is really what we're talking about when we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals. Think ahead 10 years, think ahead 20 years. What would you like society to look like? And this is longer than most politicians think. This is longer than many of us in the stress of things tend to think. But it is really the purpose of these goals. They're set at a 15-year time horizon. That's too ambitious because they're a little bit longer term than that. But they're not goals for next year. They're ways to think about the future and to orient for the future. And so one other point that I think is important economically, important in an ethical sense, important very practically. There's no doubt that the most important investment, by far inconceivable that anything comes close, is investing in our children, investing in their health, investing in their education, investing in their healthy upbringing. It is the single most important sign of economic progress, the most important determinant, and it's something also that can be measured. And I wanted to just point this out because the quality of education is decisive, especially for a country like Malaysia, which is, you've achieved, you know, Malaysia's it's a high-income country, it is a prosperous country from global standards, but if you aspire for more, it's clear that the excellence of education will be the key for the long term, not some gimmick of a new oil reserve or some particular investment. It will be whether there's educational excellence. And the state of affairs is so-so right now. And one can measure this, and the measurement that I like, which many educators don't like, but I do like it, is these standardized scores that allow countries to compare themselves with other countries. And we have a project called PISA, which many of you will know about, the program on international student achievement that's run by the OECD. And it measures how 15-year-olds do in science, math, and reading on a standardized basis across the world. And Malaysia's a part of that system. Now, what's interesting, I think, for this neighborhood, I just looked up the 22 scores. And, oh, I just lost what I had seen. The top scores, the top 6 scores are all East Asia. So number 1 is Singapore, actually. It's not so far away. You can go ask them what they're doing. I would strongly recommend it, actually. How are your 15-year-olds scoring way above, by the way, the next and the next and the next? What is in the high school curriculum or the junior high school curriculum that is working so well? But then Taiwan, Hong Kong, China doesn't have a full evaluation, but it has a Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, and they're at the top of the ratings. Korea, Japan. 6, the top 6. It's in the neighborhood. Go find out what's going on, because Malaysia's somewhere below. And not just below, looking at the data, below even the OECD average. And so, round. So this, I would say, is one area where really there should be focus. I don't understand, you could tell me, but I don't understand how it is that there are still children stunted and if that's real undernourishment, by the way, that's not a good sign because this country's rich enough to solve that problem completely. And more than that, if it's really what it seems to be, that's a barrier for education too. So this is something that is directly solvable. We're on our way to Indonesia tomorrow to meet with the new president, President Prabowo, who was just here. His flagship new program is a nutrition program in the schools, which I give him a lot of credit for focusing on that, because he's looking for the strategic way to raise the quality of education and the quality of children's health at the same time. So I just point out that there may be some link there, because it's one of the few places where Malaysia shows up. The poverty is quite low, the income levels are high, the technology levels are high, but the stunting is still absolutely showing up in the data.
Jeff, I cannot let you get away when you talk about ethics.
Yes, I will say more.
Because it almost looks like you're saying ethics, there's a universal ethics. Given the fact that ethics is very much shaped by the culture, there are certainly distinct cultures. So there are different philosophical systems. So when you talk about ethics as a guide, and this is the right thing to do for a good life, I'd like to know, in light of clash of civilizations, what is the basis of what you said? Like, what are the different philosophical traditions? Don't they not clash sometimes?
Yeah, so it is a good question. Ethics means different things to different people and different things to different philosophers. And for some, ethics is a list of things from the scriptures. Here are the things you should do. Here are the things you should not do. For one of our great, most influential philosophers of modern Western history, Immanuel Kant, it was, what must you do? The categorical imperative. What is your duty under certain standards that you're behaving properly to others? So it is a list of do's and don't do's, what's called duty-based ethics or deontology. The philosopher that I like the best in our Western culture is Aristotle, and he wrote the first book of ethics in the Western philosophical tradition. It's 2,300 years ago, and it was not a list of do's and don'ts. It's more like a self-help book, and its title is Nicomachean Ethics, and what's said is that Nicomachus was his son, and this is, in a way, lectures for how you should behave, but not just as a list of do's and don'ts, but what's going to make you happy over the long term. And his advice was, be moderate. Don't go to extremes. A little bit of wealth is okay, but don't make everything depend on that. Little bit of bravery is good, but don't be reckless. And so he made many recommendations of moderate behavior. But the idea was always think about what you're doing. So the Greek ethics was rationality. Think before you do something. Don't just let your instincts take over. So this is good general advice. It's lasted for a couple of thousand years. His, not quite contemporary, but his elder by 100 years was Confucius, who, of course, we know from the Analects, a different kind of ethics. But Confucius's ethics was also how to get along. And his highest aspiration was harmony in society. And his main point was behave like a proper person. Now, Aristotle and Confucius, I think, had a lot of similarities, so I say you could put them together, they'd have an interesting conversation. And now that we have AI, we're going to put them together more and more. We will see what they do when they talk with each other. They also had a bit of a shared quirk. They both were a bit sexist, actually. You know, Confucius did not think too highly of women. He thought they should be home, maybe running the household, but just at home. And Aristotle also was not really a great proponent of SDG 5. Let's put it that way. So we need an updated Confucian and Aristotelian ethics. I'm of the view, though, that we're all actually pretty similar. We all actually have a shared human nature. We also have a shared biological heritage as our species. So it's sometimes said there are two kinds of people, the lumpers and the splitters. Lumpers put everything in one category, and the splitters make all the fine divisions. I'm a lumper. I think human nature is similar everywhere, and so we should look for the common features of our cultures and our ethics, and that we could get along together, and we should take the best of these different ethical traditions. I very much like a great line I think I've quoted here before of President John F. Kennedy, because he was my one political hero in my lifetime as president. I could give you all the list of all the terrible presidents we've had, but that would take too long. But if I give you the list of the good presidents during my lifetime, there's one, and it's President Kennedy, and he really wanted peace. And so when he talked about peace, he said, we're really all the same. We're not so different, and the Russians and the Americans can get along. We're, all together. And he said something very nice in a famous speech on peace. He said, so let us not be blind to our differences, but let us direct attention to our common interests and to the means by which those differences can be resolved. And if we can't end now our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. For in the final analysis, we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal. And that, to my mind, is the best philosophy. That or John Lennon, Imagine. So.
Well, to make sure that we have time for Q&A, let me ask the same question to both Ong Pang Yen and Mr. Safarullah. The question is, what do both of you see? What do you like to see more be done by governments, by universities, and by NGOs in order to promote the SDGs? I'll start with the private sector, and then we'll end up with the official line.
Thank you, Prof. Hello, yeah, thank you, Prof. Wu. Yes. Okay. Oh, all right. All right. So before getting to that, first and foremost, I must also address this compliance issue. Tan Sri Wahid, Sunway has been compliant, very compliant since 2015. Having said that it is not driven by compliance, I must assure you we have been very compliant since 2015. You know, where disclosures are concerned. And you know, when it comes to disclosure, if you allow me, Prof. Wu, one thing we realized that, you know, we have been making disclosures since 2015. Has it really make an impact, you know, to the global situation? If we look today, you know, carbon emission is on the increase, and on the current trajectory, we will hit the point of no return by 2031, all right, where the carbon concentration in the atmosphere exceeds 450 parts per million on the current trajectory. That's why some scientists are saying, you know, we live in an age of fools, you know, our priorities are still all wrong. In fact, last year when they did a survey with IPCC scientists, 80% of them thinks that the global temperature will be more than 2.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial age. Almost half thinks that it will be 3 degrees Celsius. Only 6% believe that we can cap it at about 1.5 degrees by the turn of the century. So, you know, living in the age of fools. Because if you look at oil production, it is on the increase. You look at coal production, global is on the increase. And naturally, of course, greenhouse gas emission is also on the increase. So sometimes when we reflect on all these things, we do wonder, are we going on the right track, you know? But we are definitely still very compliant where this is concerned. But looking internally, if you allow me, you know, because I'm talking from the corporate perspective, we have tried to do as much as we can, because when the government says it is committed to reducing emission intensity by 45% over 20 years period, who is going to do that? It's not the government. Corporates industry must be committed to doing that. So Sunway, we are also committed to reducing 45% in terms of energy, emission intensity by 2030. That is equivalent to reducing annually about 3.3%. Over 20 years, you hit 45%. So I'm pleased to share that, you know, over the years, when we look at our figures, we have been quite successful as a corporation in reducing emission intensity through energy efficiency, you know, energy intensity. And the savings by so doing, I mean, if corporates want to know whether there's money that is to be made, yes, the energy bill savings is like 12 million a year, 12 million a year, because we are now more energy efficiency compared to if we have not done anything. If we have continued business as usual, like in 2015, at that kind of energy intensity, we would have been paying 12 million more last year in terms of energy bill. So Sunway, we are focused, you know, in helping the nation achieve its objective, focusing on energy efficiency, energy substitution. So a lot of this so-called dirty energy that we are using, we have substituted them with renewable energy, solar PVs. So I think last year we probably hit 12 gigawatt hour substitution, 12 gigawatt hour. So that would tremendously reduce our greenhouse gas emission. We are about the first to implement internal carbon pricing in the region to mimic the scenario of carbon tax, you know, so that our people are aware that there's a price to pay. So we deduct bonuses. If our business units do not meet the threshold, we actually deduct bonus from their bonus pool for failing. That's the equivalent of carbon tax. But not only punitive, last year we have also started rewarding business units if they generate RE, renewable energy. I think we pay the same rate as the deduction. We also reward BUs that divert waste from landfill. I think that's also the third largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So we are doing all these things along with the government, because I mean, it may be very cliche, but we are really all in this together, whether you're university, corporates, government, or anything like that. Now, there are also challenges that we are not giving up on yet. Loss of biodiversity. I think Sunway University, we have the Panama Center for Planetary Health, headed by Tan Sri Jamila. Loss of biodiversity is a major issue. So good that we have a science panel on Borneo to look into loss of biodiversity because it's a very grave issue. And so we are investing in vertical farms, vertical farming. All right, vertical farming is the darling of investors, a few years ago in US, Europe, but they have all failed. They have all failed because of high energy costs and the complexity. But we are persevering because we truly believe that vertical farming is for food security. It is, to shield us from climate change, and it will. It is one solution to loss of biodiversity because the productivity, when you do vertical farm, it can be 20, 25 times open farming. So if you have 1 acre of vertical farm, 1 floor, you save like 19 to 20 acres, You can move from deforestation to probably reforestation if you are successful. And successful means it must be viable, profitable. Because if viable, profitable, everybody will do it. Then you have scale. So we are still persevering in this because currently we are like losing a couple of millions every year doing this business. But we are persevering and we are inviting universities, Sunway Universities and Monash Universities, universities that are hosted by Sunway here in Sunway City KL to come and help us find solutions. What I'm saying is, we need solutions because all that we are doing today doesn't seem to be producing results. The SDGs, report 17% progressing well, 17% going backwards, regressing, 64% don't know where they are heading. That is the kind of a report that we are looking at. When it comes to global warming, 4 days last year was consecutive days above 2 degrees already. Above 2 degrees, not 1.5. 4 consecutive days above 2 degrees Celsius. But of course, when scientists talk about 1.5, they take a 5 years rolling average. So we have not crossed that 1.5 yet. But 2031, if we continue on the current trajectory, we will cross the 1.5. So that's the kind of urgency that we are facing. So I just want to say that, as corporations, we have to not fall into that category like the scientists from South Africa say, we are all living in the age of fools. Our priorities are wrong. And we can certainly continue to be successful and relevant, doing well by doing good. I'm just giving an example, like Sunway. There was once we were offered 2 casino licenses. A casino license, very good. You build an integrated township around casino, sure successful, But the chairman rejected the casino license. Why? Because he said, I can't be on one hand, teaching young people through my universities to be good citizens, and then on the other hand have casinos to lure them in and waste their life away. So there is the principle of doing well by doing good. Then what do? Why not healthcare? Why not take care of the seniors citizens? We are an aging country, aging population, so we invest in healthcare. This kind of business are doing well by doing good, So these are some of the things that we have to really think hard about: ethics, values, and so on and so forth. Sustainability agenda cannot be driven by compliance alone. But it is most helpful to wake those fellows and slap them into action by imposing on them. But really, you have to believe in it, and then I think the conviction will see us making a difference to our world. Thank you.
How would ASEAN Secretary like to mobilize the universities, the corporations, and civic society to do more?
Before that, just to touch on the issues of sustainability, I think if you look at the work of ASEAN over the past few years on the issues of sustainability, is mostly being overseen or being driven by our what we call the ASEAN social cultural pillars. And then these are mostly people at the environment ministries, the regulators talking about how we want to basically save the world. I mean, coming up with new regulations or how we want to ensure that we have the right kind of regulations in place in the country. But then I think we realize that if you just stop there, I think we will not be able to make the needle move, right? Because I think what's important is for us to also involve the business sectors, because I think they are the one who can make tangible outcomes, and then we cannot just stop at regulator. So I think realizing those, I think the past few years, the discussions and the conversations has shifted from the environment ministers, and then it has been taken up by our economic ministers. So that's why I think recently we have come up with, again, I'm sorry that I have to mention all these frameworks and strategies that we have come up with ASEAN, but I think it's a good start. We need to come up with some strategies first before we go into concrete action. So we have introduced a framework on ASEAN circular economy, looking into how we can tap into the potentials of circular economy for us to not only have a sustainable future, but also have tap onto the economy opportunities that are being that can be realized through circular economy. And then we also have this ASEAN strategy on carbon neutrality. Again, under this, we have discussions on the issues of ASEAN Power Grid, or ASEAN Sustainable Fuel, or ASEAN on sustainable agriculture, sustainable tourism. So on the issue of circular economy, for example, we are currently in the process of upgrading our ASEAN Trade in Good Agreement. So basically, this is the FTAs among the 10 ASEAN member states. But then those are the traditional ways of us doing business. But then at the moment, we are currently thinking of how we want to integrate circular economy elements within this trade in goods agreement to see how actually our businesses can, we can create the right kind of environment for our businesses to actually do trade in circular products. Because I think, for example, the main issues now is with regard to the movement of waste, right, across borders, because we don't have the right kind of definition. So each country would have their different definitions of waste, and then this kind of hinders the free movements of waste, which may contain economic elements within those ways. So basically, those are the just to highlight the change in terms of conversations, in terms of discussions that are taking place in ASEAN, realizing that sustainability cannot just be discussed among the regulators, but then businesses also need to play a part. And then we see the importance for us to create those kind of environments to facilitate that. But then on your questions on the roles of universities or researchers, again, we have, I think during the first day, one of the questions that was asked is on how we can leverage on the convening power of ASEAN. I think ASEAN has this several platforms that can convene different stakeholders. I think we have platforms such as the EAS, East Asia Summit, that can convene all the great powers to sit in one meeting room. But then at the same time, we also have the platform to convene all the universities, all the researchers within the same meeting room, so for them to discuss on issues that are of relevance to them. So I think it's a matter of how we want to optimize these platforms. So I think we have ASEAN Universities University Network. We also have ASEAN TVET Council. So there are several platforms that can be leveraged, that can be used in order for us to capacitate our stakeholders, our youngsters, and also to also give our researchers to meet and discuss on issues that are of importance to the region.
Thank you. Well, let's move to open discussion. There is not just questions, there are also comments. So what I would do is I would take 3 comments or questions in the first round, and to make sure that we have enough substance but not too much ballast, I'll limit the question or comment to 1 minute. And I'm serious. 1 minute. So first, that gentleman, Mr. Asfar Azam, number 1. Someone in the front, Datuk Lee, number 2. And Maslin Mokhtar, number 3. Asfar, please.
Right, thanks so much, Datuk. Very quick one. Questions to Professor Jeff, as well as our colleagues from the ASEAN Secretariat. Number 1 is what happened to SDG after 2030? Number 2, because the ASEAN Vision 2045 is very much related to the SDG beyond 2030. So how do we then sequence this? Number 3, because the ASEAN Complementarity Phase 2 is very much contingent upon ASEAN Vision 2045 and beyond 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Datuk Lee,
I want to talk about the care industry. So I would like to ask everyone to focus attention on the development of humanoid robots. The robots have now been in China. The humanoid robots are able in the houses for child care, for the care of the aged, and also do household jobs like cooking and all that, and all using AI softwares. And I think this is the one that is going to release the women for doing everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Maslin Mokhtar.
Thank you, Prof. Wu. Thank you, panelists. This question is related to Science Panel of Borneo. Towards the frontiers of Borneo part of Malaysia especially, there are stateless children. And the concept of SDG is no one to be left behind. How do we address this? Because if children can't go to schools, not provided education, it affects their livelihood. They will practice, to sustain their livelihood, would include bombing of coral reefs and all that included. So what should we do moving forward? Thank you.
So, can I volunteer you, Ms. Tan Sri Sharifah? Would you like to pick whichever question that makes you look good?
Okay. I hope all questions. I agree. The use of technology is very important for the care industry, because I think the technology has developed so much and it's so advanced that they can even detect your temperature, whether you're doing okay in the house, and then send people to the home to look at you if they think there's something wrong. And the use of humanoids, of course, the robots, we've seen that too, not just at home, but also in the industry, and they can do a lot of chores and of course, looking after children and all that. I have not seen it myself, but I do believe that it's coming, that it will come.
7,000 ringgit
one robot. Not, it's beyond the mean, maybe a community of apartment users might want to buy, and then they share the use of the robot, something like that, But I don't think a low-income household would invest in that robot that costs so much yet. I was going to say something, I can't remember. About the children, stateless children is a big issue in our country. And we have had a few discussions about stateless children, and particularly in the Borneo states, they have it's different from like the stateless children on the peninsula side. They are born of parents who are not citizens. And so they become stateless. And of course, just a couple of months ago, we also had like stateless children for our Malaysian mothers who married foreigners. When they have children overseas, those children are not Malaysians. If the woman comes back, say if she's divorced, then the child is also stateless. He is not a Malaysian, not recognized, and don't get the benefits of education like other children. And she may have children who are Malaysian. So in the same family, you'll have a child who's a Malaysian, child who's not a Malaysian, and they get different treatment. So this is but statelessness is an issue when it's in the Borneo states. I have a person here in the audience who's very good with this because she has worked with the group there, and that's Anita sitting from the SDG Foundation. But the Borneo, they have also some local issues about statelessness. But it's something that we are looking into. It's a very important issue because it's a lot of children. 100 and... do you remember the number? The documented ones. There are many that are not documented. And it poses a problem because they can't go to schools. And we have to have special arrangements with NGOs and so on to give them school. Not government schools, but schools run by civil society and so on. But this is not ideal. This is not the best thing. But I think it's something that we're addressing to under the Leave No One Behind issue. And the SDG Foundation, chaired by Tan Sri Wahid, is looking very intensively into this. No, I think has something. I think some questions are addressed to.
Oh, that
Just
SDGs will die in 2030.
No. SDGs will end at 2030. And in 2027, there will be the final review of the SDGs at the UN, and the post-2030 framework, I think, will be agreed at that point. My own guess and hope is that the SDG framework will continue and will be continued until mid-century, basically. So that the idea that sustainable development and a set of goals remain central for global diplomacy and the global direction will be sustained. I published an article with a number of co-authors earlier this year, or actually in 2024, on this question, which maybe you could find online in Nature magazine. But many arguments were given. First, that the goals will not be achieved by 2030 for a variety of reasons. Second, this is a complicated framework, so we don't want to start over again. Governments are oriented in a particular direction. They're just learning how to do this multi-objective planning, how to integrate the economic, social, and environmental factors. And so I don't think any government wants to have all of this suddenly changed, new picture, new goals, new framework. And my guess is that therefore we will continue with perhaps resetting milestones. There's talk about adding an 18th goal around the digital economy, or to change in some measure some of the goals. But I think it's fair to say that the Sustainable Development Framework, meaning a framework that integrates the economic, social, environmental, and geopolitical or global cooperation, will continue. And I think the label even of SDGs will continue. And what will be adjusted are some of the targets, maybe some of the specifics on the objectives, the timeline, and so on, to add to the ambition. When it comes to the energy transformation, for example, we're already at a mid-century framework where the goal is decarbonized by 2050. And while many countries have a 2050, 2060, and so forth, basically there's already a mid-century perspective. And I think that mid-century perspective will become the framework for ongoing cooperation. So I wouldn't expect this framework to die or just to disappear. I hope that some lessons are drawn about what the shortcomings have been. And I would say that there really are some important lessons that need to be learned about this. But basically, this is a hard agenda, and the world has a hard time on globally agreed goals, taking all the actions that are needed to achieve them, easier to state than to actually do. But I wouldn't get cynical about them. I would try to double down and figure out how to make them work. And I think that that's the attitude that governments are taking. Just to conclude, there was the review of the SDGs in 2023 at the UN, and then there was the Summit of the Future in September 2024. There was no movement by anybody to say, these are the wrong goals, or we should stop this, or we're on the wrong track. There was a lot of concern for accelerating progress. What can we do before 2030? But there wasn't a lot of cynicism about it by the governments, more a sense of urgency and a need to do more rather than a desire to drop the framework.
Well, thank you. It's 3:30. All things come to an end. In this case, a very thoughtful end. So let me thank members of this panel. Let's give a round of applause. Let us also thank the speakers in the other panels. And most of all, we got to give the biggest hand to the staff of Sunway Group, especially GBMC, and Sunway University, and SDSN Asia headquarters. Thank you all. And the most important appreciation I must express is to the audience, because your presence here today justifies the existence of Sunway University and the SDSN Asia headquarters. Thank you all for coming. Good. Oh, we got to take a picture.
Everyone, there's exits open on both the sides of the door, so please exit through both sides.